All right, I'm gonna assume that everyone has renamed themselves. I'm gonna share screen just so that we can be in accordance to the schedule. All right, is my screen visible? Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
All right, cool. So yeah, welcome everyone to Prodigy 2022. We're gonna have 3 prelims. I hope the motions will be great. Without further ado, we welcome the first heading. The first heading, it's called. It's about Indo politics. Yay! All right. The motions are as follows. All right. Indo politics. As religious and or racial minorities in Indonesia, this house would prioritize identity and cultural backgrounds when voting for when voting politicians. As a young Indonesian politician, this house would actively prioritize on empowering social media presence in garnering political capital as opposed to conventional offline methods. This house regrets political parties' influence in student bodies like BEM or UKM campus. All right, so 1 minute for motion preferences, which will be done inside the chambers. Please contact directly your adjudicators. They'll help you with the motion preferences. And then, yeah, case splitting time ends at 9:01. Thank you, everyone. Hi, just wanna make sure. So R1 is there's a technical difficulty. So R1 is gonna be assigned to breakout room 2, and then R2 is breakout room 3, R3 is breakout room like tambah satu because breakout room 1 is utilized for speech. So yeah, uh please make sure that you guys enter your breakout rooms and start the case building.
friend, Dediani, will act as a timekeeper. We would also like to introduce Mrs. Cecilia as the adjudicator for this debate. The motion for this round is THR or this House rejects political parties' influence in students' bodies. From the government side is SMA Este Luis Wan, while on the opposition side we have SMA Regina Pacispi. To open the government case, please welcome the first speaker of the government.
Okay, isn't is now can I start now? Okay, in three, two, one. Let me ask you something. What is democracy? Does democracy mean controlled acts, rights, influence, freedom of speech? Do we want our beloved country Indonesia to have a controlled social life like North Korea, Vietnam, or some other communism country? Do political parties influence in the modern era, or I should say the soft way of introducing communism idea to our democratic country, since the acts of these hopeful and influential student bodies has an enormous impact on the Indonesian political will, just based on our last demo just yesterday. Good morning, Liaison Officer Dani, Adjudicator Cecilia, respectable opponents and fellow teammates. My name is Rizal Gunawan from the government side. For today's topic, we asked the governor completely regrets political parties' influence in the student bodies. This may include as far as taking control of their protests, take full responsibility of their acts, their freedom of expression. They also control the whole student body's organization in order to protect the political party influence in taking government decisions, and also to keep their public trust so that no one can disturb, or I should say, blocks them completely for their influence. This is okay. Sorry, no POI. Firstly, let's talk about how far we as governor would take this problem into our consideration. So let's set the definition first. We as a governor would completely regret for any political party influence in student bodies organization. These may include their acts, their freedom of thoughts, their speech, how far can they protest, or just making sure that their acts or their protests cannot stop them or be in their way to keep their public opinion on the political parties being good. So one might think, oh, isn't that good? Keeping public opinion stable on government bodies means that government in Indonesia will improve and boost the way of politics in Indonesia. Dear adjudicators, this is a completely wrong mindset and should be removed from the society as a whole. So let's apply the same logic and make the scale larger. Okay, let's start now. The whole idea for this motion lies on the collusion practice on the student bodies that influenced by the political parties. So let's try to apply the same logic to Indonesian ministry or Indonesian politics as a whole, in the president or in the ministry, and etc. So let's apply the logic, right? If we say that the ministry or the president is controlled by Indonesia's mafia, oil mafia, mining mafia, and other mafia, the rich one, they want to put their people into the politics side so that they can keep protect their influence to make ensure that their company can keep mining and keep making profit. So can you think about it? Is it a good example? If we allow this in such a small scale, so do you agree this acts to be applied on this large scale? I think this is a completely wrong thing, and we really shouldn't allow this to be happen. Through political parties influencing student bodies, it is clear that something is wrong. It is not possible for parties to silently help out and hear out student bodies. Through the simplest logic, why would political parties want to influence student bodies to support their education? It's just to protect their interests so that they keep making profits of it, so that they can maintain the advantage to them. They won't support their education as far without any importance, without any goals. They have this behind motive. In terms of resources, it is clear that political parties have a larger source than that of student bodies. Other than that, ideas, innovations, and thoughts should also be said to be won by the political parties, as they obviously have more than power. Counting on experts and more experienced members, On that end, it is clear that political parties have something to gain when they're trying to influence younger generations. Under those circumstances, it is safe to say that all political parties are parties with their respective goals and missions to complete. Through their various efforts, each of the things they are in accordance with their goal, doing anything to gain a reward that would benefit them. Now, these reward systems can also be correlated to the young minds of Indonesians themselves, although indirectly, it is clear that these parties want to brainwash the younglings of Indonesia. By doing so, not only are they going to gain an upper hand based on what they are influencing and facing right now, but they're also going to have a brighter future, searching for seedlings for their generations, just looking for another voice to support them during the elections. It's a completely unhealthy system, and we really shouldn't agree on it. I'm sorry, no POI. However, this itself should not be done in one way or another. This is brainwashing, and brainwash is completely bad because you are trying to get to others people's mind and influence their mindset. Well, one might say that not all brainwash is bad, but we can all agree now that this type of brainwash is bad, really, really bad. So seeing historical evidence from general knowledge, it is not a secret that student bodies are often moved to engage and fight for the wrong goal. To be frank, if it is as a political parties need student bodies to do their dirty work, through the various protests done in Indonesia, various circumstances lead to student bodies protesting for something they themselves do not understand. If not under the influence of someone, then why are they doing such activity? Other than that, if it's not political parties to do such a thing, then who? Obviously, they are the most likely to gain in such scenarios, as the person being protested to are different parties with them. Therefore, they are supposed to be the ones with the most likely chances to participate. Furthermore, these younger generations are influenced by Indonesia. They are the ones who are going to lead and grab the future of Indonesia. Some of them are going to be the future presidents, ministries, and various other successful lines of work in business, maybe the future of Elon Musk, we don't know. But by allowing such brainwashing by political parties, it is without question that the legitimacy of future ministers and presidents are in one way or another questions. They're going to be swayable into schemes and act accordingly, siding with political parties, just to plant the wrong mindset that is dangerous for the future of this country. In conclusion, it is clear that political parties want to influence student bodies as they themselves will receive a benefit from such actions. Through this effort brings a lot of bad influence towards the current standing of Indonesia and the future that is yet to come. Aside from brainwashing younger generation from a young age to subdue their all towards political parties, such actions are going to lower the quality of future line of works, both in their legitimacy and trustworthiness. Here's all from me. Future arguments will be explained by my other teammates. Thank you for listening. Thank you for now.
I'm sorry, Zifa, did you see the timer before it stopped?
7 minutes, 18
And
seconds.
18, right?
18, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The first speaker of the government has spoken for 7 minutes and 18 seconds. Responding to the government case, please welcome the first speaker of the opposition.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. For POI, just do it through chat. My gender pronouns will be she or her. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Student bodies have the societal power in Indonesia, right? The fact that they comprise of every university students in Indonesia is a solid proof that they are great mobilizers of societal change in the end. What is your stance then? We want unions of university students to be active in the political environment as agent of changers, especially when they're actually influenced by these political parties, right? 2 points of mechanism. First, on what do these unions look like? There are university students in Indonesia. They have credentials and reputation, right? That is to say that these unions are not merely run by reckless uni students. They have hierarchies and bodies to make sure that their publicity is good. There are rigorous selection that these members have to go through. These people are intellects and people who are well adapted in the political and organizational environment, right? But secondly, how does influence look like on the ground, right? This looks like unions following an ideology aligned with political parties, becoming politically active, outspoken in governmental regulation and policies. This is not to say that suddenly the political parties are going to have autonomy over these student bodies, like how they can actually threat these student bodies into not doing certain protests and not doing certain things, right? One rebuttal to them, right? The biggest burden that we get is how there's going to be on how it's going to be very regulated and strict, right? Several responses to this. First, this is untrue, right? Within that student bodies have intellects, within the specific influence that political parties have is not that they hold autonomy over the student bodies, but within the influences in the form of ideology, right? You give me no mechanism as to how student bodies are generally very dependent on these political parties, because student bodies themselves are intellectuals and they generally have their own willpower and opinions in terms of politics, right? We don't think that the influence are actually super autonomous, where you are going to be bounded to these political parties if you don't do certain things. But secondly, even if true, we think this is good exactly because even if political parties influence student bodies in ways that they could tell you how to protest, then the benefit is that as a student body, you know how to process politically and with diplomacy, because you know you have a reputation to protect. But political parties also have a reputation to protect, so they're probably going to arrange a demonstration or protest that's actually going to be diplomatic, right? But thirdly, political parties are going to be dependent on student bodies, right? So by hijacking the student bodies, by threatening them to demonstrate certain things and to like influence them into having like a wrong ideology, it's also going to drive them away and strip off support for political parties in the election, right? But then fourth, we don't think they are going to be swayed with mere education benefit or monetary benefit from political parties if the ideology and the point of protest are not going to be aligned with what the students think, exactly because they know these political parties are going to because they actually realize the amount of influence that students have in the political spectrum, in the political
I'm so sorry. Can
right?
we pause for a bit? I accidentally clicked on the other box. So what should we do, Kak? Was anybody looking at the timer?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
How many?
2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. Oh, wait, sorry. Oh my God. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start in 3, 2, 1. Moving on to my arguments then, 2 arguments here. First, on why it's crucial for these students to have a platform. And secondly, I'm going to talk how we can bring about a better political change than side government, right? First, on why it's crucial for these students to have a platform, right? Governments only focus on prominent bodies that comprise the older generation to begin with, right? Government wanted to cater to majority, and most of these majorities who are deemed as politically knowledgeable and more informed, right? These are the older generations, right? And this is how you get more votes to be elected. Hence why government favors the older generation, right? Within that, this is bad exactly because these students and young generations are the ones who can push forward more ideas that is inherently good, right? Within the pillars of democracy, one of them consists of actually having more opinions to be pushed. So there's an equal checks and balances mechanism, right? Within political parties' influence is inherently important because with these political parties, several things happen, right? First, most students' bodies side with parties that side with the democratic and majority parties that are often moderate and cater to the vulnerable actors, right? This is because young generations are often more progressive. We don't think young generations are going to be swayed with mere political parties that don't fit with the current progressivity, exactly because young generations are often more critical towards the current status quo, and they need the X factor that distinguishes them from the older generations, right? So we think this is inherently good because young generations then are able to have more of this platform to speak out. So more progressive values are actually going to be able to be reached out because of these volumes societal power that student bodies actually have. Moving on to my second argument then on how we can actually bring about a political change, right? What's the underlying problem here? When these students' bodies are not neutral, we think it's harder for them to bring about a political change and shed light on specific issues, right? Within these things are going to be very crucial because oftentimes student bodies are the ones who are more eager to speak out on specific crucial issues, right? What is the likelihood of this, right? 2 things. First, when you're not politically in line with any political party, within this means that you have no incentive to criticize or scrutinize the government's policies and regulations, right? When you have no interest in trying to fix when you actually have no interest to actually fix a corrupted government or policies because you have no exposure towards the current towards the current political spectrums that there is, right? But secondly, I think generally older generations are reluctant to conduct demonstration and protest on specific issues, right? How there's several factors to this, right? Like how older generations might be too reluctant to go on
Interruption.
protest because it's rigorous. No, thank you. It's starting and it's cutting off their productive hours. Within this is the benefit of having student bodies, exactly because as younger generations, they are the ones who are able to dedicate their time and energy catering to the issues, right? Two importance to this. First, within this problem is important because most commonly these issues are the issues that attract the vulnerable and the powerless who don't have a say in the political field, who don't have enough political knowledge to demand for a judicial
Interruption.
to demand a judicial review to the chat, please, and take part in the political process, right? But secondly, political processes and policy reviews happens at a very slow rate in Indonesia without the existence of these student bodies to actually voice out their concerns actively. We think this is bad exactly because many issues are time sensitive and there's an abundance of the issues in Indonesia, right? But I think I want to stress out that side government did not tell you on how this influence actually plays out, right? On why suddenly political parties have the autonomy of student bodies, on why suddenly student bodies are very dependent on these political parties, exactly because student bodies are actually very intellectual. They know on what they want to align themselves with, right? What is the result of our proposal then, right? With more voices and volume-based movements from student bodies, even if they're polarized, policies making and regulations are going to be more effective anyways, right? This is because there's like a rigorous mechanism of checks and balances, and there's going to be more exposure of certain issues that are not going to be highlighted, right? Why is this important, right? Two reasons why. First, this is good for certain issues in Indonesia that are easily undermined by older generations and the majority. This was like the RUU PKS, which took a long time to formulate, for example, but without the help of student bodies collectively bringing out the issue, there's no incentive for government to work upon that issue. But then secondly, we think that there should be externalities that could push government to work and be in action and to make them aware that certain policies fail the people, right? We think student bodies are the only ones who can do this because they generally have more of the will to go down and demonstration and protest, unlike the majority, right? But thirdly, the issues that are highlighted by these student bodies are commonly issues that concerns the vulnerability of the people, right? This was like how the lower income class people who cannot afford the rising oil prices. This was like the student bodies actually voicing out for accountability of educators who actually conduct sexual assault towards students, right? So then how do we solve the problem here? We think government realize the power that most students' bodies hold, exactly because they are potential voters and potential stakeholders that could determine existing politicians' career and their longevity, right? This means that if student bodies were to not be neutral and they can continue on actively advocating on these political issues, we think this is going to get recognition from the government. So aside from being the career driver of the government, I think government generally don't like when there is massive instability and riots and discourse about government among the student bodies, right? So what's the comparative here? Two things. First, there's going to be better mechanism of checks and balances under our side, and there are collectively more voices coming from the youth. But secondly, policy reform is going to be faster under our side and more effective, especially for time-sensitive issues where you're not going to get much underside government. So proud to oppose.
The first speaker of the opposition has spoken for 7 minutes and 49 seconds. Before that, please turn on your camera when you speak debate. And responding to the opposition case, please welcome the second speaker of the government.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Political influence is very strong among the student bodies. Political influence is defined commonly as the intervention of a political party to a student body by means of money, power, and ideology. This has been an issue that has been widely discussed by people across the country. For one question, should there be any political influences to those student bodies? We, from the government side, heavily regret the existence of political influence in student bodies. Good morning, my honorable adjudicators, honorable moderator and timekeeper, my worthy opponents, and my hardworking teammates. My name is Davina Valencia as a Deputy Prime Minister, here to deliver a speech to defend the motion of regretting the existence of political influences in student bodies. If the opposition wants to raise POIs, they may do so by simply unmuting themselves. Before I continue, let me rebut some of the opponent's flawed points. First, the opposition mentions about how student bodies have their own intellect and have their own knowledge. And if the political parties are able to somehow win them, then it will be both beneficial for both parties. This is very ignorant of the opposition team, ladies and gentlemen. They didn't think of the possibilities of money bribing and the brainwashing and the transparency of voices are gone. The youth finally have their own platform to speak, but it is going to be taken away by these political parties. And contrasting to what the first speaker has said, that they can get their own platform to talk on, how is that going to happen?
POI.
Their initial honest, no, thank you. Their initial honest opinions are taken away. Second, they said that these student bodies are going to be agents of change. Let's be real now. There's only so much that we students can do to make a change in society. And yes, although there have been organizations that really succeed in doing so, clearly having the support and influence of political parties will indeed help out in elevating their power and capability to increase the effect of their actions. Under those means, if the political parties really want to make a change, it would be way better to find large companies and powerful individuals to do something rather than relying on students. Aside from losing in terms of capabilities, there really is no any reason to influence student bodies to find an advantage in terms of fighting an ideology or other case circumstances. Third, they mentioned how the political parties are usually helping the powerless, the
POI.
weak, no thank you, the weak, those who are not politically privileged to be able to talk their voices. This is again so ignorant of them. These powerful people are literally using these weaklings in their favor, and you are letting them. This is abuse of power. What's worse, the people they abuse, do they power abuse, are not going to understand the situation they are and will just continue to execute as told, believing that anything they do is based on their own will, brings mutual benefits to both sides. Next, I'm going to continue to explain further on my first speaker's point. As said by my first speaker, political parties' intervention and definition may include as far as taking control of their protests, take full responsibility of their acts, their freedom of expression. They also can control the whole student body's organization in order to protect the political party, influence in taking government decision, and also to keep their public trust that no one can disturb, or should I say, blocks them completely for their influence. Student bodies are bodies that can be found in Indonesia. They are students, youth from a certain institution with their own aims. Just like these student bodies, these political parties also have their own motives. Let's take the very recent riots by students, some of which are said to have political parties intervening in them. Let's talk about the motives of rioting. Riots or protests are happening for the rioters or the protesters, in this case, the students, to be heard by the country, to get their opinions across, to get their voices heard, to actually have a say in something. But what does the political party want? Winning, fully biased, gaining power, just to win this whole situation. Um, with the political party's intervention, the youth, the students, are likely to be bribed, brainwashed, or any kind of force in order to
POI.
be biased and support, no thank you, and support the political party themselves. This is something that we seriously need to avoid. And why is that? The purpose of riots is again to let the voices of youth be heard. But if they're brainwashed just like that, then we're not just getting any of them. We're not hearing their voices. And what is the point? Seeing historical evidences from general knowledge, it is not a secret that student bodies are often moved to engage and fight for the wrong goal. To be frank, it is as if the political parties need student bodies to do their dirty work. These political parties are hiding behind their quote unquote helping mask and actually have an ulterior motive. They are using these voices of youth and instead taking them away, taking the rights of students to actually talk and voice their opinions out. The democracy in Indonesia is slowly taken away one by one. These political parties usually targets the weak, the low income, those people who they know are going to be easy to brainwash. These powerful, strong people are using the weaklings to their own favor and more than that, monopolize the country by the tip of their fingers. We'll never grow as a country this way, not when our country is only controlled by the political parties we have here. We are not only destroying Indonesia's future, but also lowering the standards, both in terms of education, but also in terms of quality and character of every individual. It is clear that political parties have something to gain when trying to influence younger generations. Under those circumstances, it is safe to say that all political parties are parties with their respective goals and missions to complete. Through their various efforts, each of the things they do are in accordance to their goal, doing anything to gain a reward that will benefit them. Integrity should come first when it comes to protests, riots, etc. What we want here is pure and honest voices for the youth to grow, in order for Indonesia to grow as a country and for us to have a better future. That is all that I have to say. Thank you very much for the time given.
The second speaker of the government has spoken for 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Responding to government case, please welcome the second speaker of the opposition.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, audible.
All right. POI preference through mic because I don't think I'm gonna see the chat. General pronouns are he or him. So I'm starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. I think it's pretty funny to me that proposition is going to play this debate in a very extreme scenario where, like, for example, brainwashing exists, money grabbing exists. We think that if they want to play on a fair game, they need to argue on a more fair basis where the influence that only comes from political parties are in the form of ideologies, right? I think they need to tackle that. They want this debate to still go on in their favor. So one question then in this speech and one extension. The question is it still justified to influence student bodies? We think if we can tackle this, then all of propositions claim false because they only rely on this single principle, right? So what do they claim to you? They claim to you that the influence controls the student bodies and it limits free speech because it's practically brainwashed, right? Three responses. Number one is untrue. We don't think it's likely for political parties to do vile acts anyway, like money bribing, right? No, not only did they not give analysis on why this is likely, political parties still have a reputation to maintain and they can still be prosecuted for it, right? We still think that the criminal justice system still exists status quo right now, and I don't think that they can still run away without tackling to that current status quo mechanism, right? Second response, there is no direct implication that they actually argued to, that they actually brought to the table, right? Does brainwashing actually exist? No, we don't think so, right? We say humans will still have their own values and their own beliefs as they grow older. We don't think humans are that one-dimensional. We think they still have their beliefs. We still think they're multidimensional, especially when we talk about students in college and they're already adults. People inside the student bodies have undergone intellectual selections as stated by Michelle, right? It means they still have their own agency and autonomy. This leads to them having their own ideologies later in life. Later, like proliferating those kinds of ideologies according to their own beliefs, right? We're not talking about rational children who have no control over their own moral compass. We're talking about adults who still have their own autonomy, who still have the ability to choose what's right and what's wrong according to their minds. The last response is still justified for political parties to do this anyways, right? Because let's just talk about the goal of political parties anyways, is to spread their ideologies in the first place. That's how you get voters. That's how you get followers, right? So when you talk about influence, it's inevitable when it comes to political parties. If anything, it's always natural, right? What makes this point even more justified is because it makes political parties so can do campaigns, so can execute the policies that benefits the nation at the end of the day. So it is totally okay if political parties still have ulterior motives because it doesn't harm the student bodies anyways. If anything, it only benefits them because the political parties can now have the insight from the younger generations and that can influence their policy making and can influence the bills that they want to create and the laws that they want to pass, right? This means that the benefit still exists because of the principle that we argued to you. Comparatively, what we brought you? We brought you how it's still justified because the pivotal purpose of these kinds of politicals have on the ground. They're the political stakeholders for younger generations, and they can transmit and younger generations can transmit their own aspirations towards these kinds of student bodies, and these student bodies can voice out their opinions towards the government, right? Because they're politically active at the end of the day. Even if in the worst case scenario, where these kinds of like political parties, sorry, where these kinds of student bodies are in the end of the day like following a certain ideology from a student body and have no autonomy over themselves, we think it's still okay, right? Because realize that this current the current political parties in Indonesia are catered to a specific ideology in the political spectrum, right? For example, how PDIP are like how Partai Demokrat are the democratic parties, while the Golkar is the authoritarian parties at the end of the day, right? What this means is that even if they choose to follow these kinds of political parties and have no autonomy over their own, it's still not radical. It's still going to be appropriate to the current political background in Indonesia. So we think it's still justified at the end of the day. One extension that can tackle to their whole practical argument on how we create better politicians in the long term. By the way, this is the goal that the first speaker of government wanted to campaign for anyways. So if I can prove why our side can get this better, we instantly win this debate. So I'm going to portray proposition's ideal world, right? They champion a world where student bodies are 100% free from political parties' influence. This makes them politically neutral from current political ideologies. What does this create? This creates less incentive for students to be politically active by themselves. Why is it likely? And why is this status quo not enough for them to push for incentive towards the student bodies, right? Two responses. Two reasons. Number one is as simple as people being too lazy to know about current issues happening in Indonesia, right? They don't have any motivation to read the news. They have less motivation to read articles or journals at the end of the day, right? But second reason, even if those people do exist, we think it only exists in small numbers, right? For example, debaters are people who choose social faculties and that have to research about Indonesian politics anyways, right? This makes the benefit coming from a proposition really little. Why is this important? Two reasons. Number one, because especially if they want student bodies to be politically neutral, this has little influence inside the students environments, right? And at the end of the day, they become an experience in a political background. They will only understand it later when they're already adults and they have no little to no political experience when they're still students, right? Second reason, one why this is important, is notice how this is mutually exclusive, right? We don't think you can be politically active while being politically neutral, because at the end of the day, you still need to pick a side on which ideology do you actually support and which one do you not, right? When you're still politically neutral, when you're a centrist, you still don't know what you support and you have no political party that you can lean onto and what policies that you want to support. What's the comparative under our side of the house? Our side gives an incentive for students to understand more about the political backgrounds in Indonesia. Why is this likely? Three reasons. Number one, exactly what happens in a student body means it happens in an educational environment, right? Students in those bodies, for example, give flyers and advertisements regarding their current political influence and strategies, and this creates a sense of curiosity for people to know more about them, right? What this leads to them having more incentive to research about the current issues happening in Indonesia and etc. Secondly, we think that secondly, a sense of camaraderie still exists between students, right? This is to say people will become more motivated to study about politics when they see their friends are about it. That becomes the push for them to be politically active. Third reason, let's say the worst case scenario, engage in bandwagoning, right? We think this is still okay, and there are two reasons. Number one, we think when you want to be politically active, you inevitably will have knowledge about politics anyways. You still have a reason on what you're fighting for. Secondly, even if they don't actually learn about it, there's still power in numbers, and this leads to more effective demonstrations that leads to more policy making, more effective policy making. And what's the benefit in the long term, right? There are two. Number one, we create politicians who have been politically active since they were young. They have more experience, have a younger starting point, and makes them more prepared for the future. These politicians will be more capable under two reasons. Number one, this encourages the regeneration of young generations to be politically active. And secondly, there's a delineation between the younger generations and older generations ideology. For example, how younger generations would want to push for environmental safety or like marginalized people's cater to marginalized people instead of the older generations, right? But secondly, how even if they don't become politicians, they will still be politically active anyways with more capital proud to oppose.
The second speaker of the opposition has spoken for 7 minutes and 26 seconds. Responding to the opposition case, please welcome the third speaker of the government.
That's. Am I audible?
Yes, audible.
For PI preferences, you can just unmute yourself. I'm going to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Hi everyone, my name is Renan. I'm from the government team. And first off, I'm going to start off by talking about all the rebuilds that I have to say. So first off, it is that they said that we only have one ideology and that it isn't really any worthwhile because they're playing on our fields. But I don't think that's necessarily the case because through the various arguments that we have given, we came to a conclusion, and that conclusion itself became the base of our debate. Now, aside from that, they also tell us that money bribing is not necessarily true. And I don't think that's the case because if no such thing exists, why would political parties be interested in student bodies? They won't have any objective, therefore no motion to really join in and influence us. Other than that, they also said that about what's wrong and right, and that influence itself is the one taking that free will. Now, this itself is very much true because by having someone influence us, we are not only unable to really express ourselves and find based on our thoughts, but we are going to be based on someone else's thoughts and the thoughts that they have given about us. Other than that, by them having influence over us, obviously they need a leverage in terms of money or maybe power or position that could be used against us. Now, for the fourth rebuttal, I must say that they say that for worst case scenario, we are not really following influence and that it is okay for political parties to influence us. Well, no. Especially in Indonesia, where we are based on thoughts on free will and democracy, we as students learn. We learn from our mistakes, from our experiences, and so on. By having us being influenced by someone, we are not really giving our all, not our true thoughts, not our originality, in which that we are just going to be using other people's thoughts and how about them we think what's right and wrong. Back to the rebuttal before, influence, is it really a great goal? Well, not really, because as what we have said numerous times before, political parties needs a reward that they want. They need something from us, therefore they're willing to influence us. And following that region itself, it's not okay for them to influence us because they're going
PI.
to indirectly appreciate and make way of our path. And during those, they are also going to get rewards such as future prospects or new members for their political parties. Yes, go ahead for your POI.
Don't you think that the benefit that these kinds of political parties actually gain from the student bodies are instead the spread of ideology that they want to gain voters and followers anyways?
Yes, obviously. Now, from the reward itself, they are going to gain the influence in which that they're going to have new younglings which should support them, support their ideology. And from there on, they can easily be controlled because we themselves as the political parties have leverage over them as they have been quote unquote brainwashed since a young age. Now, moving on for the fifth rebuttal, they said that we must pick a side and that currently we as students are indeed neutral. Well, no. By having these political parties influence us, they obviously want us to stick on their side. That's why they're indirectly pushing us and tend to make us move to their side. Now, this is not neutral. This is side based and basically biased. We can't just simply say that I can make a choice and that I'm neutral if all the options given are just from one party. Continuing on is about research on issues. Do you think the news really give you the whole picture? Are you sure that there's nothing going around the background? From what I know, there have been numerous cases in which that jail times have been broke and that even the jail position itself have been made not really in accordance to what they should have been undergoing. Therefore, having influence not over people is not really must as what it have been said on paper. Sometimes there's more going on than that what we ever need to know. Other than that, we're going
PI.
on to move our next. Yes, go ahead, please.
Then if you argue that the news is unreliable, how do you expect your kinds of students to know about political background if they're not politically active anyways?
Now, from that, we can use simple logic. For instance, the news told us about a student which is holding a protest, but he doesn't really know what he is protesting about. Now, from that instance, we can clearly conclude that there must have been something going on at the background. Or else, why would he even want to do such thing at the first place? Some reasons are made to be thought with our brain. We can't just simply rely on someone to give us information and just read about that in the future. continuing on is about why more interested people are more interested in politics. You said before that people are really interested in politics. Are you sure that they are interested on the thing itself about politics and not the reward? Because it's not really a secret in which that students want to join protests to find fame, especially in the recent processes. There's been numerous cases that they want their voices to be heard just to become a political figure. They want someone to be known and basically for everyone to call them hero. While that itself may not be true because they themselves doesn't really know what they're protesting about. So as students, they are indeed trying to find their true self and that by trying to find their true self, they should have been given free will, not really under the possession and influence of others. And other than that, if you talk about influence, sometimes this influence really got out of hand. It is not really a general secret in which that protests is going to lead to destruction of infrastructure. Along with protests, lots and lots of infrastructure, busy roads, and traffics are made. So protest itself and the influence of political parties really gain bad benefits not only to the growth and quality of the younger generations, but also the quality of infrastructure, the availability, and the flow of economic itself. It's all going to be disturbed, and it's all started through the fact that political parties are really influencing them and trying to make them go out of their way to really support them on their only side and trying to pin the most benefits to them where it matters most. Now, for the eighth rebuttal, it's about that the opponent doesn't really give us a solution that really opposes us. All they did is talk about how we made our mistakes and that how they didn't agree with us. Now, how do you suppose that you give a solution towards this? Do you support the influence of political parties? Because from what I've known, based on history in Indonesia itself, political parties really hold a major role in terms of influence over younger generations. And most of the riots and also protests itself are made by students, which often have been cases where they are under influence of stronger individuals. Based on all that, we can really conclude that the influence of political parties really play a major role and that they doesn't bring any good effect. Now, not only are these protests held with students who doesn't really understand the whole circumstance, but they also bring benefits, bad benefits to that of different sides and neutrality, and also the free will to really engage and improve themselves based on what they know and are willing to learn about on their experiences. Thank you so much. That's all from me.
The third speaker of the government has spoken for 7 minutes and 22 seconds. Responding to the government case, please welcome the third speaker of the opposition.
Is my voice audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay, wait. I'm going to start my speech in three, two, one. Side government demonizes, influence, or brainwash so much, then what is the point of campaigns in status quo? Literally, in campaigns in status quo, that's where you influence people to vote for a specific political party or politician. Because literally, if influence is so harmful, I don't think we would have campaigns in the first place, right? Literally, if status quo has campaigns to influence people in the first place, of course, it's something beneficial. We're doing the same, right? We're trying to influence the student bodies. We still question the logic behind side government. Panel, as opposition, we're not trying to force people to join a specific political party. That if we're doing so, then sure, count it as a brainwash. But we're not doing that. We're not forcing people to literally join a specific political party. Literally, these people still are able to choose which political party they want to join. to uphold because all the political parties are going to influence the student bodies, right? Please acknowledge our mechanism, right? We're trying to influence, not forcing the people to literally choose a specific political party. With that, I have two clashes. First clash, which side can better bring political change? And second clash, do we still uphold character and education of students? First question, which side can bring better political change? What did we get in response under this clash? They talk about how one political party want to brainwash and abuse of
Excuse me,
power
can I
and will
PI?
limit freedom of speech of the student and is unhealthy. Later, first response. First of all, panel, money bribing isn't exclusive to this motion. Bribing exists under government. Literally, it's not exclusive by supporting political party to student bodies, right? So it should be outside of the debate, right? Side government can't even stop money
Excuse me,
bribing
can I
just in this
PI?
motion. Later, second of all, let's just point out how side government is literally hiding behind the word of brainwash, which is too extreme. Literally, what we support is a political party influencing, meaning the students is going to be swayed to follow the ideology of a political party, and the students are still rational, right? So freedom of speech that government is concerned about will still side with opposition because they choose to follow the specific party ideology rationally, right? They're not going to be literally using medicine or drugs. We're not doing that. Second, because of brainwash, is literally making someone follow you without the rational. Because brainwash is literally following a specific party with no rationality, right? We're not doing that. They still have rationality as young adults in a student body, right? Third response, third response, we don't get why political party is trying to brainwash the students, right? We got no likelihood. All they say is just harm, 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 and impact with no likelihood. Why is this so? Because we told you how literally political party has to maintain one reputation. If they're caught brainwashed, literally Indonesia going to straight away literally boycott and demonstrate you, right? Literally Indonesia protests a lot, right? There were no explanation why these things will happen under Gulf. Please mind this scenario happening, right? But second
Excuse me, PI,
likelihood why
please.
student bodies are literally have knowledge and intellect anyways, right? They want to differentiate themselves with the non-progressive values, so they will most often side with the progressive and catering to the vulnerable parties in the end, right? But third response, even if political party brainwash and like let's just like go with side government's logic, what is the harm or using the power of a political party to influence to influence? What is the harm, right? Literally a political party is supposed to influence someone and make someone follow their ideologies. Brainwash is literally the same like influencing people, just like what we're like what we're trying to influence someone, right? We don't get what's the difference, right? They haven't delineated this at all. The job of political party is to influence, right? Just like the motion, we're not we I don't think side government can just flip the word and make it extreme, make the wording of the motion a more extreme motion, that make a more extreme word that isn't siding with opposition, making the debate unfair, right? I think that's the job of the political party. Side government should defend should defend why when we're influencing it's very fine, or why when we're influencing it's still bad, right? But comparative, right? Under our side, when sure these students are going to be influenced, but that's where they now want to protect their ideologies. That is where they're also going to participate and be active in politics. When there's an election making a bill, they're going to represent the voices that suit the young generations the moment they choose and be swayed by a political party, right? Because our side, we're trying to also give representation to young generations, while literally the government are now catering just to the majority because they're adults and they're the majority, and young generations aren't being heard as much. This is where you try to include young generations and make sure they're politically active so they can voice out, because literally that's how you get political change
Excuse me,
and
PI,
making sure a
please.
lot of people are participating in it. But under government, literally these students won't participate because they're trying to ignore and step out the political zone when you're not going to understand what it looks like, right? What political is, you're just literally ignoring all that. Okay, sure, you can understand it when you're older and not in your young generation, but I think that defeats the purpose of democratic country, right? That even side government acknowledges in the first beginning opening on the first speaker's speech, right, where they want to make sure everyone is participating in the democracy of the country. They want to uphold democracy. That's where you want to participate. Age, culture, and all that only exists under our side of the house. That is our benefit. Yes, sure, POI.
Okay, thank you. Starting off, the opponent said that there really is not forcing anyone to do as to say, but that is exactly what someone who used bribes would say. In clear logic, these political parties do not really force someone, but by using tactics such as bribing and brainwashing, it's kind of forced in one way. You are given money and given a choice. In the end, the money is obviously more interesting.
One, how are you supposed to solve bribing? Second of all, panel, I think these are legitimate like BEM or like someone who's licensed enough, who's trusted by like the university or by literally a lot of like people who are professors, and literally they're chosen to be the one who should voice out for the young generations, right? I don't think they're like that irrational to like go bribing and all that, right? I don't think you can even solve bribing at all. Second clash, do we uphold character and education of students? They told you how all students are going
POI,
to be the
please.
leader of and be the president, so we must protect the character and education of the students. Four responses. First of all, panel, I think their case directly supports our case. Literally, if they concede how most of them want to be future presidents or minister, then why not follow our case? These students are going to be more politically active from the beginning of their time in young age, that they start earlier. The more time they're able to learn until they age up, right? They're going to have a more longer time to understand politics from their young age. Second of all, panel, I don't understand why SideGov is so demonizing that we're not protecting the character and education of students, right? Literally, they choose to, they're the one who's going to check and balance the bills and law. So in order to do that, you must understand the problem first, right? Because this is what makes you have the will to criticize the government in the first place. Because if you don't understand what the problem, you're not having the will to criticize in the first place, right? So we protect the character and education because they're first going to understand what the problem is, right? To have the will and want to criticize the government or the bill. So our side still maintain the character and education because these people are going to be, of course, find out the problem. But third response, even if we're not protecting the character or education through this motion, then panel, that is where these students are in a university, in a student body, that there is a safety net, that you're going to be taught on what is the problem by your teachers, seniors, and the head of BEM. Discussion that's going to be existing, right? We don't get why these things doesn't exist. Please answer this. I think it's already too late anyways. On the comparative panel, under our side, they want the students to be future president, but they don't want to interfere with the political world by not wanting to be influenced and learn what themselves what they want to uphold. I think this is a huge benefit that we get, and they don't even want to try to take this benefit. So proud to win this debate.
The third speaker of the opposition has spoken for 7 minutes and 29 seconds. To close the opposition case, please welcome the reply speaker of the opposition.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, wait, I'm setting my timer. Okay, I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Two strategic flaws that side government enter in this debate, right? Firstly, a lack of portrayal, right? They don't tell you much about how this influence actually looks like on the ground.
Can we take it from the top? I'm so sorry, the timer didn't start. Sorry.
I'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Two strategic flaws the government brought in this debate, right? First, on a lack of portrayal. They don't tell you much about how this influence actually looks like on the ground. What kind of parties do university students usually align with? We were very clear to you, however, on how student bodies have intellect anyways, and they are way more progressive, so they are more inclined to side with parties. They're ideologically more progressive and cater to the vulnerable and to the young generation, right? I think this is true regardless of the bribery because of two things. First, students understand that if they support political parties merely based on the idea of bribery and how much they can offer, it's going to risk their future when the party is going to be elected. But secondly, they want to be agents of change anyways, because there's already like a social notion that youth are very influential and they want to hold on to that, right? But secondly, I think there's a big contradiction on their case, right? They told you how it's very unlikely that students have power to increase the impact of actions in politics, yet they told you how you need political parties' influence off of students' bodies so that students can do freedom of speech, right? How can you define the importance of freedom of speech then when you have told me that students aren't able to make an impact anyways, right? We think student bodies have their own progressive values and things that they want to push, right? So meaning that they won't side with politicians that don't support their progressive agenda, right? This shows that they still have rationality and can make calculative decision making, exactly because they know when they only support political parties that are based off of briberies, it's going to risk their future. It's going to risk the political stability of Indonesia, for example. In spite of that, two clashes, right? First, regarding democracy and freedom of speech. Secondly, regarding the bad political change because of manipulation, right? First, regarding democracy, the biggest burden that we get is how parties will brainwash you. They're going to be very manipulative and control your freedom of speech, right? Then explain to me why then suddenly parties have autonomy over student bodies when parties know that they are the ones who will determine the well-being of these politicians' career, right? That is to say that the politicians and parties will still need to have the same alignment of ideology anyways,
Excuse
right?
me, POI,
Within that,
please.
this is, you cannot POI on a reply. Within that, this is neglected by side proposition, which is bad, right? Four things. First, influence is form of ideology and not student bodies becoming dependent. But secondly, they don't engage to us on the fact that these political parties are most potentially going to be leaning to the progressive and more catering to the vulnerable parties. But thirdly, we've told you, even if in the worst case scenario where student bodies have no autonomy, the current political parties in Indonesia is catered to a specific ideology, right? It's still going to be appropriate because ideologies are most likely going to be progressive since younger generations favor these policies better for the future, right? But then fourth, they bring out a very vague portrayal of political parties anyways, as if political parties in Indonesia are all bad, right? Within this is problematic because realize political parties exist, so there's a clear distinguishment of ideologies and policies that are actually proposed, right? So you actually have a fixed platform on how do you want to voice out your political aspiration, right? They told you how political parties are very hungry for votes and it's actually bad, right? Well, yeah, this is actually very obvious. It sounds like a crime when they're actually politicians and they want to spread their ideology, right? But worst case scenario where students' bodies are manipulated and bribed, this is not a crime when they target student bodies because they know anyways that they have to cater to the progressive youth anyways, right? That they have to cater to more progressive ideologies to actually win over these people, right? Meaning that bribery is not enough. Student bodies are often more critical in analyzing what happened when these political parties came to power, right? Meaning that democracy and freedom of speech and the agency that student bodies have is still there. But secondly, regarding bad political change because of manipulation, right? We have told you on how we're going to have better political change when you have these exposure of political parties, exactly because said government actually realized that social media is not reliable. Then we question you, how then are you going to get more political knowledge without these types of political parties actually spreading their influence when media is not even that reliable, right? Wouldn't they have a well, the biggest burden that we get from them is how political parties target lower income class and students because they are more vulnerable, right? I think what makes this point even more justified on the fact that parties actually spread ideology is that it makes political parties can do their campaigns and execute their policies, right? So we're totally okay if political parties still have the ulterior motives because it doesn't harm the student bodies anyways. Because then the comparative is that the progressive changes are going to exist under our side because most often these political parties still need to win over the ideology of this BEM, for example, because technically this BEM actually comprised of all students from Indonesia, so they have to actually cater to these minorities anyways. So proud to oppose.
Okay, so it seems that the moderator is having technical difficulties, so we can just continue to the reply speaker of the government team.
Okay, I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. First, they said that bribery is not enough. It is really common knowledge that you can do anything through bribery. You can change rules to laws and basically anything. If a person can easily bribe to escape jail, are you sure that they can't bribe students to simply start protests? We're not talking about a few millions. These numbers can reach billions, tens, and even hundreds. Under the pressure of such numbers, are you sure that students are able to resist? They said that students do not really have a large capability in terms of changing society. However, they need the political parties to fight against the disabilities. No, that is not what we said. What we mean is that students do not have the large capabilities in society society. Therefore, political parties would better use their influence on more powerful individuals or large companies who really can make changes in the society. Media is not reliable. Then where will you get the news from? What specific media are you talking about regarding the media that is not reliable for politic news, etc.? Are you saying that people with credentials and certifications are definitely not going to give out and accept bribes? How many cases internationally are going to be needed to make you believe that bribing is a real thing and that is normal from the top of chain of command to the last to use and it really used to influence others? Safety net? That is exactly why the influences made by the political parties are not allowed. Having political parties themselves is exactly what made this unsafe for the student body. Harm for the influence? Should I really say it out loud? Democracy and communism. Come on, guys. Basically, there are saying political party influence is okay and shouldn't really be considered. About this, I would like to use the logic of water hole. First, it may be small, but as time grows, it will be bigger. Yes, sure, you said before that influence is not dangerous. However, how many times have there been chances of political parties trying to change ideologies of a country to really gain preference and support of the people? And in this context, brainwashing and influence should really be prohibited. There should be no intervention of them. Just like what we've mentioned before, integrity is simply needed. The opposition really needs to open their eyes to reality. We said that these institutional people won't be that irrational to accept money, bribing, and any of those bribes, which is so questionable. Hello, welcome to reality, man. Money is everything. Yeah, well, not all people are money centered, but we can safely say that majority of people are very much money centered. How can we know that how can we know the backgrounds of these institutional people? They might just be money hungry or in need of money, risking their future in what way? They are given money. They are given those dark benefits. They might just not care about the politics as they know their future is guaranteed to be good by the money they're given. Integrity should come first in the country. It should come first when it comes to protests, riots, etc. What we want here is the pure and honest voices from the youth to grow. Political influence is very strong among the student bodies. Political influence is defined commonly as the intervention of political party to a student body by means of money, power, and ideology. Political parties influence in student bodies. This may include as far as taking control of their protest, take full responsibility of their acts, their freedom of expression, and they also control the whole student body's organization in order to protect the political party influence. In taking in government decision to also keep their public trust so that no one can disturb or block them completely from their influence. The motives of these political party are just simply taking away the rights of the youth to talk, to voice out their opinions. And the political party influence obviously wants us to be on their side, to be biased and to support their sides. This is taking away the neutral and the initial stance of these youth have. The political influence will bring harms, like first, the abuse of power towards the youngling and the weaklings by means of money bribing, power usage, and any other brainwashing. Free will and democracy will be taken away. The initial purpose of riots and protests are to give a platform for youth and students to voice out their opinions. And the third and last, to allow students who join in protests to find fame, being a hero, or finding their true self, destruction of infrastructure. Since, as the opposition has mentioned before, these political parties allow the student bodies to gain fame and power, and etc. If we continue to doing so, we'll never grow as a country this way. When our country is only controlled by the political parties we have here, we are not only destroying Indonesia's future, but we are also lowering the standards, both in terms of education and also in terms of character of every individual. What we strive here is the government side here strives for the integrity, democracy, free will of people to voice out their work, to voice out their opinions. Unlike the opposition team, who is straight up ignorant and completely ignores the integrity, democracy, and the free will of these youth that they have. And that is all for this debate. I, as the reply speech, shall close this debate. Thank you.
The reply speaker of the government has spoken for 4 minutes and 33 seconds. This marks the end of this round of Prodigy 2022 debate. Please kindly stay in this breakout room and wait for a brief moment for the honorable adjudicator to form their adjudication, because there will be verbal adjudication for this round. After the adjudication, your team will be called back to the main room. We wish you good luck on the rest of the competition. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Kak.
Government team, are you guys complete?
We are complete.
Opposition team, are you guys complete?
Complete.
Yes, complete.
Okay, so thank you everyone for the debate. I think it was a really interesting debate. So after some consideration, I think with a clear margin, I give the win to team in opposition. So congratulations for team in opposition and commiserations for team in government. I think both of you did a great job. So I'm going to divide my OA into two clashes, which is first regarding the justification on, and second regarding on the impact on the democracy in the end of the day. So first regarding justification, opening up, okay, government brought the idea regarding on how this is unjustified because this is a form of brainwashing and bribery to a student's body from this political party. Opposition brought the idea regarding on how this is political party sharing their ideology and about how students are intellectuals that have their own agency. So why I give these clashes to team and opposition? Because I think government play in a really extreme measure scenario on why suddenly political party will opt into bribery and brainwashing to the point this will give a uh, full on autonomy to their student body in the end of the day. I think the problem is there is no likelihood coming from government cases. The only explanation coming from team government is about, oh, okay, everyone wants money, so this political party will give money and take power in the student's body, which I think this is not strong enough in comparison with opposition team explanation regarding on how these students' body are intellectuals that already being selected and they have their own agency. Plus, they also don't want to pander to political party that is not in line with them ideologically, and etc. etc. And also, I think opposition also managed to rebut this idea by saying on how this is something that's really unlikely because political parties are still they want to keep their reputation. They don't want to be like protest by the students' body in the end of the day, and etc. etc. Second point, I think opposition also pointed out that bribery is something that is not exclusive, happen in students' body only, and why. So in the end of the day, why they have to. Um, so I think this is create a burden for team in government to explain why it's exclusively happen in students body in India, which I think this is also there is no further response coming from team government about characterization from team opposition. So in the end of the day, I still buy the characterization coming from team opposition regarding on how it won't be that bad in the end of the day. I think, and also opposition also managed to explain, even if in a very worst case scenario, this is try to brainwash and etc. etc. We believe that they say that is something that's okay because political party want to spread their influence, so it's something that is justified in the end of the day. Especially they already explained on why it won't be in a extreme measure in the end of the day. Second point regarding on the impact on democracy. Government brought the idea regarding on how political party will have too much power and this will silencing out the students body and young generation. Opposition brought the idea regarding on how this is a platform for young generations to voicing out their opinion and also about how making young generations to be more politically active. I think government said political party will have too much power and silencing the students' voices. I think this is have a similar problem with the first clashes regarding on how there is no further likelihood and how this is playing in a really extreme measure in comparison and an extreme measure on why suddenly they will have too much power. I think there is need to be more explained by team government Navy. Comparing with the team idea coming from team opposition regarding on how opposition brought the idea regarding on the influence and political party to the student influence from the political party to the students' body. This will make students to be more politically active via they will have get more exposure to the student from the students' body that is educational and how they will see their friends being politically active and engaging in politics environment, so they will be more politically aware. which I think this will impact that on how young generations will be able to voice out their opinion, especially in current in other platform. It's something that is not accessible in the end of the day. I think they also explain on how these students body most likely have progressive values. So this is a way for progressive values to be heard by this political party in the end of the day. I think the response coming from team government are going back to the argument of brainwashing and bribery again, on how political party they don't want to be disturbed by this young generation, and they won't have they did not have the interest to listen to the young generation in the end of the day. But I think this is something that is not enough in the end of the day, because there is no further explanation on why this political party doesn't want to listen to the students, especially there's a lot of characterization of how this political party want to be electable in the end of the day. So I think this is something that is not enough in the end of the day. So I give these clashes to the team in opposition, and this debate to the team of opposition. So for those two clashes, I give the win to the team in opposition. If you guys have any further question, feel free to contact me on WhatsApp, and good luck everyone.
Thank you, Kak. Thank you, Kak.
Thank you, Kak. Thank you,
Everyone.
everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kak.
I used to wanna be living like there's only me, but now I spend my time thinking about a way to get you off my mind. I used to be so tough, never really gave enough, and then you caught my eye, giving me the feeling of a lightning strike. Look at me now.
Kita balik lagi ke main room kan?
Yes.
Okay, thank you y'all.
I used to run around 하늘에 난 떠올려 사람이란 별로 가득한 바로 이곳에서 we shining You got me 난 너를 보면서 motion I got you 지옥 같은 밤 뒤속에 Shine dream smile Oh let us light up the night 우린 우리대로 빛나 Shine dream smile Oh let us light up the night 우리 그 자체로 빛나
Kau bisa patahkan kakiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa lumpuhkan tanganku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Kau bisa merebut senyumku, tapi sungguh tak akan lama. Kau bisa merobek hatiku, tapi aku tahu obatnya. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Kau bisa hitamkan putihku, kau takkan gelapkan apapun. Kau bisa runtuhkan jalanku, kan ku temukan jalan yang lain. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Bila bukan kehendaknya, tidak satu pun jelasmu akan bawa bahaya. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Manusia-manusia kuat, itu kita. Jiwa-jiwa yang kuat, itu kita. Kau bisa patahkan kakiku, patah tanganku, rebut senyumku, hitamkan putihnya hatiku, tapi tidak mimpi-mimpiku. Manalah kau tahu datang hari ini, hari di mana ku melihat dia, yang tak ku bidik, yang tak ku cari. Duga benih patah hati lagi. Tahu begini, jika bisa memilih tak bertemu pasti itu yang ku pilih. Jika bisa ku hindari garis interaksi, itu yang ku pilih. membawanya ke tempat-tempat indah. Tipikal klise ingin tahu pikirnya. Entah ini ingin, entah ini sayang. Si hati rapuh tentang wahana. Oh lagi-lagi yang tak berkendali di oasis sendu. Itu yang ku pilih. Aku yang tak kuasa mengendali hati. Tak semua ku pilih. Alam dan seluruh energinya. Apa dalam ciptanya ada aku? Bila bukan untuk aku, hindariku dari hati-hati itu. Jika dia memang bisa untukku sini, dekat dan dekatlah. Dan jika dia memang bukan untukku, tolong
what you were looking to, but you didn't look twice. You look happy. Oh, you look happy. Oh. Flashing back to New York City, change your flight so you stay with me. Remember thinking that I got this right. And now I wish we never met, 'cause you're too hard to forget. While I'm cleaning up your mess and always taking off your dress. And I know that you don't, but if I ask you if you love me, hope you lie, 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 lie to me. It's 3 a.m. and the moonlight's testing me. I know that you've been holding on to someone else, and now I can't sleep. I ain't happy. I ain't too happy. Flashing back to New York City. I was dumb, but you undid me. Classic me to run when it feels right. Now I wish we never met, 'cause you're too hard to I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I changed, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. I get drunk, wake up, I'm wasted still. I realize the time that I wasted here. I feel like you can't feel the way I feel. I'll be fucked up if you can't be right here. I'll be fucked up if you can't be right here. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I changed, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I changed, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. When I'm away from you, I miss your touch. You're the reason I believe in love. It's been difficult for me to trust, and I'm afraid that I'ma fuck it up. Ain't no way that I can leave you stranded, cause you ain't never left me empty-handed. And you know that I can't live without you. So baby, stay. I'll be fucked up if you can't be right here. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I changed, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. Yeah. I do the same thing I told you that I never would. I told you I changed, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. I need you to stay, need you to stay.
Perjalanan membawamu bertemu denganku, ku bertemu kamu. Sepertimu yang ku cari, konon aku juga seperti yang kau cari. Ku kira kita asam dan garam, dan kita bertemu di belanga. Kisah yang ternyata tak seindah itu. Ku kira kita akan bersama, begitu banyak yang sama, latarmu dan latarku.
Hello everyone.
Ku kira takkan ada kendala. Ku kira
memperkenalkan Kukche languages secara general, dan saya yakin beberapa murid semansa ada yang sudah join di Kukche languages dan mungkin ada yang belum. Untuk gambaran, Kak Vera akan memperkenalkan di sini ya. Oke. Kukche languages ini adalah lembaga kursus 12 bahasa asing yang memiliki selera premium ya, istilahnya memiliki berbagai jenis kategori dan tipikal untuk belajarnya. Dan Kukche sendiri sudah berdiri sejak 2007 dan sudah membantu banyak murid untuk mencapai cita-citanya menguasai bahasa asing atau sekolah di luar negeri. Nah, Kukche languages punya 4 cabang, ada di Bogor, ada di Jakarta, dan di Bandung. Yang di Bogor ada 2, di Pajajaran dan di Ahmad Yani. Di sini bisa dilihat yang di Bandung di Jalan Juanda dan yang di Jakarta di Jalan Wijaya. Benefit kursus di Kukche, lembaga kursus bahasa yang paling direkomendasikan. Jadi sejak tahun 2007, Kukche telah hadir dalam pengajaran bahasa asing dan telah membantu banyak peserta kursus untuk mencapai impian mereka baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri. Lalu kurikulum Kukche pun berstandar internasional. Materi pengajarannya 100% diimpor langsung dari negara asal dan diseleksi dengan sangat hati-hati sehingga kualitas materi terjamin. Selanjutnya, untuk benefit Kukche languages, pengajar bersertifikasi internasional dan berpengalaman. Seluruh pengajar harus memiliki sertifikat internasional sesuai dengan bahasa yang dikuasai masing-masing dan wajib memiliki pengalaman minimal 2 tahun dalam mengajar. Lalu selain itu, di Kukche pun diselenggarakan konseling berkala untuk perkembangan dan kendala belajar murid. Jadi setiap murid akan mendapatkan 3 kali konseling dalam setiap level untuk mengetahui perkembangan dan kendala yang dialami. Jadi sambil belajar juga kita sambil selalu kontrol seperti itu, sehingga murid memperoleh bantuan secara tepat untuk mengembangkan kemampuannya secara optimal. Selain itu, fasilitas juga lengkap dan modern, sangat nyaman, lengkap, dan lingkungan kelasnya pun cukup bersih untuk mendukung proses belajar mengajar setiap murid. Nah, untuk yang daftar kursus di Kukche, kita suka kasih free test TOEFL. Jadi Kukche memberikan fasilitas tes TOEFL untuk semua murid-murid secara gratis. Oke, dan untuk selain itu ada konsultasi beasiswa. Jadi Kukche juga memberikan fasilitas konsultasi beasiswa ke Jepang seperti beasiswa Max dan beasiswa ke Korea seperti beasiswa GKS untuk murid Kukche. Nah, kalau yang ingin tahu ada program bahasa apa sih di Kukche, itu kita ada 12 bahasa. Yang pertama yang dari Eropa adalah Inggris, Jerman, Perancis, Rusia, Spanyol, Belanda, Itali, dan dari Asia ada Jepang, Mandarin, Korea, dan Arab. Lalu program bahasa favoritnya ada Jepang nomor 1, nomor 2 Inggris, nomor 3 Mandarin, nomor 4 Korea, dan nomor 5 Jerman. Nah, program bahasa lainnya ada preparation IELTS, preparation TOEFL, ada persiapan TOEIC, ada persiapan studi ke Jerman atau Ausbildung, persiapan studi ke Jepang, persiapan studi ke Korea, persiapan tes TOEIC untuk Korea, dan persiapan JLPT untuk Jepang. Nah, berapa sih usia yang boleh gabung di Kukche? Nah, kita ada 4 kategori usia, ada pre-primary, itu 2-5 tahun, ada primary 6-12 tahun, ada junior 13-15 tahun, dan ada di atas 16 tahun. Lalu jenis kelasnya ada premier class, itu kita sebut private, jadi satu kelas hanya 1 orang. Ada professional class, maksimal 6 orang 1 kelas, dan ada regular class, maksimal 4 orang 1 kelas. Ini salah satu foto-foto kelasnya ya. Nah, ini berikut galeri kelas di Kukche Languages. Ini ada kelas online, kelas private, lalu ada ABM, ada arena belajar mandiri, ada lobby Kukche, ada lounge, ada co-working space, jadi cukup lengkap. Toiletnya juga sangat bersih dan lengkap, ada musola, ada ruang marketing, ada ruang perpustakaan. Nah, ini salah satu dokumentasi murid Kukche. Yang pertama di kelas reguler bahasa Korea, bisa dilihat di sini. Ada yang kenal mungkin? Oke, nah selanjutnya ada reguler bahasa Mandarin. Ini yang bahasa Jepang, yang ini reguler bahasa Prancis, yang ini reguler bahasa Inggris, yang ini reguler bahasa IELTS preparation, Ini juga kelas private untuk,
Recording in progress.
Oke. Ini ada kelas private academic English, ada juga kelas private bahasa Jerman. Dan ini adalah salah satu video testimoni Kuce bahasa Inggris, namanya Bella. Boleh saya putarkan sebentar ya. Sorry. Oke, thank you. Dari saya cukup sekian dan sekaligus saya ingin menginformasikan bahwa Future Languages dalam rangka Ramadan juga ada promo diskon 20% biaya kursus. Jadi siapa tahu ada yang berminat, segera datang ke cabang terdekat dari rumah kamu. Seperti itu. Baik, menurut saya cukup sekian. Terima kasih MC.
Thank you, Cultural Languages, for the explanation. So, what are you waiting for? Go register yourself and be part of Cultural Languages. Yay!
Recording stopped.
Now we will continue with the competitions. To all speech contestants, please wait to be assigned to the breakout room for the finalist announcement. To all debaters, please stay in this main room. Thank you.
Hello, guys, and thank you for that wonderful speech. So before we do the draw launch, let's just do a quick roll call, okay? So for all debaters, SPAK Penabur Kota Tangerang, are you here and complete?
Complete.
Okay. Canisius A? Canisius B?
Complete.
Canisius C?
Complete.
Regis A?
We are still waiting for the third speaker.
Okay. I'll go back to you guys later. Regis B?
Complete.
Complete.
Seman 2?
Complete, Kak.
Semuki?
Complete.
Saint Louis 1?
Complete.
And Swing Team? Swing Team? Okay, let's just wait 2 more minutes.
For swing team, we're still waiting for the third speaker.
All right, noted. Is St. Louis here?
Yes, we are present.
Okay. Yep, berarti tadi nunggu swing team ya.
Should be complete now. I'll launch the draw in a minute.
All right.
I used to wanna be living like there's only me, but now I spend my time thinking about a way to get you off my mind. I used to be so tough, never really gave enough, and then you caught my eye, giving me the feeling of a lightning strike. Look at me now, I'm falling, I can't even talk, still stuttering. This ground I'm on keeps shaking. Oh, 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 now all I wanna be, all I ever wanna be, yeah, yeah, is somebody to you. All I wanna be, all I ever wanna be, yeah, yeah, is somebody to you. Everybody's trying to be a billionaire, but every time I look at you, I just don't care. 'Cause all I wanna be, all I ever wanna be, yeah, yeah, is somebody to you.
All right, everyone. The draw has been released. Please kindly check to the Heroku app. Joanne has kindly shared it for us here through the chat, through the share screen. Please pay attention to your position, your breakout room, and your and rename yourselves in accordance to the draw. Yeah. So the format is the same. It's round 2, your room, your position, and your team name. You'll allocate yourself soon enough. The breakout room will be open. Yeah. Just like the round before, please make sure that after the motion is launched, you directly go to motion preference. Give it to the adjudicators that are present in the room. And don't take too much time on motion preferences because we're running on a very tight schedule. Yeah. With everyone being present and everyone is here, we're gonna proceed directly to motion launch. Right, I'm gonna share screen, yeah. All right, is the screen visible? Is the screen visible? Anyone?
Visible, Kak Elgar.
All right, nice. So in the first round, we talked about Indo-politics. Very exciting. Second round, we're gonna talk about something also more exciting, although a bit abstract, a bit subjective. We're gonna talk about art. Yay! All right, so we're gonna debate about art. The motions are as follows. 1. This house will replace classic literature, Moby Dick, The Great Gatsby, Frankenstein, etc., with modern literature in schools. 2. This house regrets the popularization of separating the art from the artist. And 3. This house believes that colonized countries should ban artwork created by their colonizers during the colonialism period. Any questions before we move on? You can freely ask here. Just unmute yourselves. All right, if there are no questions, everyone please allocate yourselves to the breakout room. Ocom, please open the breakout room so that they're able to allocate themselves. And conduct the motion preferences as soon as possible. Your educators will help you there. Good luck, everyone.
She look so good when the sun's up, but I love all the shit we do when the sun's down, playing around. All you hear is bad sounds, turning up the music when we get a little too loud. Turn around and smile, oh she got the pearly white, so she bout to suck me dry. I need me some Peter Light. We gon' take it slow, hit it while she on the phone. Said she wants some more, keep it on the low low. Hey, keep my feet up on the dash. G golly, we just having a blast. The future's so bright, we ain't looking at the past. If we just stall in the moment, cause it's 100 degrees. Why you feeling down? What's the problem? We just here to be free. It don't feel like this often. Bumping to the radio with the ass so cold as the moonlight glows. No, we don't give a fuck. We ain't gotta change a thing no more. 반짝이는 별빛들 깜빡이는 불 켜진 건물 우린 빛나고 있네 각자의 방 각자의 별에 어떤 빛은 야물 어떤 빛은 방황 사람들의 부비들 모두 소중한 나널 어두운 밤 외로운 몸 별처럼 다 오랜 빛나 사라지지 뭐큰 존재니까 Let it shine 어쩜 이 밤의 표정이 이토록 더 아름다운 건 oh, 저 별들도 불빛도 아닌 우리 때문일 거야 You got me 난 너를 보며 꿈을 꿔 I got you 지륵 같은 맘들 속 서로 겹은 서로의 빛 같은 말을 알고 있었던 거야 우린 가장 깊은 밤에 더 빛나는 별빛 가장 깊은 밤에 더 빛나는 별빛
Okay, both motion are in. So we're going to debate on motion number 1. Debate starts at 1:36. Good luck, everyone.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
All right. Welcome to the second round of Prodigy 2022. I, Ucup, will act as the moderator in this debate, and my friend Pania will act as the timekeeper. We would also like to introduce Miss Cecilia as the adjudicator for this debate. The motion for this round is this house would replace classic literature with modern literature in school. From the government side is SMA to Jakarta, while on the opposition side we have the A team of SMA Canisius. To open the government's case, please welcome the first speaker of the government. The first speaker of the government, the time is yours.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Wait, let me set up my timer first. UI preference, unmuting yourself. Gender pronounce she, her. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Diversity is the most aspect we can see that is changing in the society from the past and present time. What is classic literature actually is? Like classic literature are literature that was made in the past era, but then here's the problem. In the past era, there are still no movements like feminism or maybe racism, etc., etc. Right? Hence, we can see that even there are so small quantities, even almost none of them are Black people who are creating poetries or maybe poems. Why? Because back then, these people were still getting colonized, still being treated not equally. This is the problem panel. The situation that was happening at the time the literature was made was worse than right now. Obviously, the situation of an artist also get represented in their work, right? How Shakespeare's art is only seeing the POV as a white people. How Romeo and Juliet is only being storied as white people. This happens because the situation made them have a certain kind of mindset, right? Those things are harmful, and we want to change it. That is to say, we as the government team believes that it is already the time that where we should replace those classic literatures into modern literatures, which already includes all races, not having female as the vulnerable and cannot be any hero and other things, right? That is to say, we're going to change the literature books from all these into 2000s literatures. Modern literature itself is like stories, poems, poetry that is made in today's era. So that by that we mean that we're going to change books like in libraries. We're going to change books like that students are going to learn usually in schools and etc. with modern literatures, not with classic literature. Clarification here is that we're not saying that classic literature is not artistic, but what we meant to say is that classic literature is already not relevant with the currents of society nowadays. Moving on to my argument, I have one contribution here. Why classic literature is justified to be replaced with modern literature? Later one, how classic literature it looks like. One, compensation. The fact that all of these pieces of literature are made during the era of where women are below men, slavery still occur, an era in which minorities are unable to become author or writer. This means that as we recognize how unfair is the momentum of when the book is created, we need to give more places and spaces for minorities literature to give their point of view, their writings inside the school. Why does it need to be in school? We believe that it needs to be in school because that's where children gain their knowledge of the world, right? This is where we teach individuals some knowledge and influence that is otherwise the portrayal of the world, meaning that the education system should give representatives that are relevant and fit within today's society. Second one, complicitness. How in classic literature there are notice on how in classic literature there are stereotypes, objectifications of women. Sometimes that should not be allowed at schools. Schools will soon agree with this stereotype, right? Literature like a book on how to be an empowering woman didn't exist back then. Why? Because people used to think that women should cook only and clean houses, and men should be the only one leading the family. But then time has passed, right? Females are being leaders too right now. Then how do this have any affections towards students. At the time the students only sees in a classic book or poetry the majority of the characteristic are men, then they will likely have less respect to female students and only brings up toxic stereotypes as said before. Moving on to my layer 2, then what are the students' needs and why schools are the only actor who can give their needs? First of all, what are the students' needs? There are three things. One, students need a role model, representation of themselves, or good picturization about themselves in study, because they tend to follow what they've been taught about. Like for example, children tend to following their teacher's action or their parents' action. They also have immature mindsets where their action being influenced by things around them, which proves to you that literature is one of the things that can influence the mindsets of the actions, right? If the students never see people like them in this literature, they will think that they are separated, they are different from current society. This is bad, especially because they are innocent and vulnerable actors where they're not ready enough to actually face stereotypes or even seen as a different in schools. This also applied for majority kids, where if they see something that they are different from them, they will likely questioning it. And if they see their friends are different, they will most likely pointing out their friends who are different from them. And second of all, the second thing that they need is that students are in a progress where their personality and mindset being shaped by their parents, by schools, which means that school is a part of the most important institution that having a moral obligation to teach and to shape their students to be better humans, right? What we think is that are likely to happen on their side is that these children, if they keep learning about classic racist literature, they will also get bad influence from that. Their mindset will change into how they usually just see white people as, and they think that white people are the original society and something like that, and how they are not able to see other races like minorities. If opposition say that there are manner characteristic lessons to teach students to appreciate our school, we say that these are not enough, because A, it will be contradicting and create confusion towards the students itself, where they are being confused like which lessons they should follow from literature or from the manner class. It creates big confusion where they see a lot of majority, but at the same time they also have to understand the minorities not like at all. And B, even if it is not contradicting, we think only some of them that are still not yet being shaped, because of most of them are already have the mindset, right, already doctrinized from the literature itself, which is kind of hard to change their current mindset because it is already being shaped, and most likely they are rebellious, right? The third one thing that students need are they need a party who can teach them about the outside world, and it's aligned with schools obligation. After parents, schools are the second party who are able to give education towards the students. We admit that conservative parents who are majority races will most likely teach their kids to be conservative. That's why we think that the only actor who can give outside education towards the schools are the students. Towards students are schools are able to there towards students that if you are born being majority, you should appreciate other races, for example, or if you see minority, you should not attack them, but instead you should help them. The only teachment about minorities should exclusively come from schools, because if schools didn't give education about this, then the students will grow and continuously feel superior. In the future they are not able to understand the minorities, because if the characteristic already being shaped, then it will be no incentive for them to help minorities. There are no incentive for them to visit minorities content so on social media, because they think that it's just minorities only numpang in our country, only a burden. This is bad now. Compare with our side of the house, we try to make the students understand and change into more progressive mindset by having modern literature being classic literature being replaced by modern literature. So by those reasons, very to propose.
So the first speaker of the government has spoken for 7 minutes and 32 seconds. Responding to the government case, please welcome the first speaker of the opposition. And for the speakers, please turn on your camera.
Sorry, can I go to the toilet for a minute?
Yes.
Okay, please wait. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Thank you.
Right, the first speaker of the opposition, the time is yours.
Yes. All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Setting on timer. All right. I will start my speech in the count of 3, 2, and 1. Right. Good morning to the honorable adjudicator, my fellow teammates, and of course the government team. Today we are again debating on a motion that says that this house would replace classic literature such as Moby Dick, The Great Gatsby, Frankenstein, etc., with modern literature in schools. Now, as the first speaker of the opposition team, I would like to mention some rebuttals that has been stated and as a reply to the first speaker of the government team. Now, first of all, they've mentioned about some of the morals, some of the points of views that may not have included everything and may not have been very tolerant with today's society's morals. However, they still classical literature still becomes is still the building block of modern literature. Of course, we do not have to look at classical literature all the time, but it could be a great historical bookmark to look back at our progress, at the progress of humanity and how far it has come, right? How our moral values have developed, how society functions as of now, and etc. etc. Of course, we do not deny that these classic literatures have some intolerances towards some things that society now accepts, but it still provides meaningful morals, the good ones, the open-minded ones, the tolerant ones that can be acceptable to teach children in school. Now, I have to remind you that to replace it is to block it out and pretend that this thing does not exist, that classical literature does not exist, when in reality, it means so much that it cannot just be replaced by modern literature. If you talk about children being rebels and taking examples of classic literature, then you are stretching it way too far. Now, it is first of all, it is true that schools shape children. Schools make the children what they are as of today. But as we can see, it does not instantly mean that the students would instantly like implement it into their everyday life. Classic literature is not their entire life, obviously, and it is up to the school to teach them that, oh, this is not to be taken into example, for example, or that this certain example is bad, that or the other thing is good, and etc. etc. It's not. It does not have any connection whatsoever that classical literature would suddenly change the children into being something that is the opposite of what the school wants it to be. It's the school's responsibility to teach it so, and there's so many other preventions that can make the students be taught the right things and not take the bad examples. Now, moving on to arguments, right? Our end goal, our team's end goal or an aims is to create a haven in which both classic and modern literature can exist and be taught in schools, as they are both important to be taught to children from such a young age. Um, that being classical literatures help children develop a moral compass, teaches them moral values, and other values that can help them in society later on, is what I'm trying to say. So as we see, classic literature captures a lot of the essence of the sophisticated morals that existed back then. So to remove and replace that would be to no longer recall these classic literatures that have taught us the moral values and the norms we have today in human society. Some of what makes up of our civil behavior in society comes from the moral values that has existed since so long ago among us. Now, take an example of Frankenstein, as stated in our motion. So the scientist Frankenstein, right, is just a normal human trying to break the laws of nature. He tries to mess with not only animal lives in order to achieve this so-called resurrection by creating the undead, a being that has passed but given life in an incomplete form. In the end, he has only created monstrosity. That with that much knowledge, there must always be consequences. Now, as you can see here, Frankenstein was an example of how people with power, people with knowledge, should know their boundaries and take into account of what they're doing, whether it was responsible or not. But Frankenstein, in the process of playing God, screwed it up and only brought disaster for those around him, thus creating the moral of responsibility and humility. One with such power, one with such great knowledge, shall use it for the good of others and not to be messed around with. Now, as we can see here, the example of Frankenstein I've mentioned may not sound like much, but it gave birth to many other forms of literature, so many of them. sayings such as "with great power comes great responsibility" and others and etc. were the product of great literatures that only existed from classic literatures. Now, what I'm trying to say here, the big point is that modern literature basically comes from the classic ones. So we need to understand the main background of literature world because it is important, and that we need to understand that modern literature writers get many inspirations from the classic literature writers. So what they've written is essentially an inspired version of the past literature. So one cannot exist without the other, right? So in technicality, we cannot remove the past if what we have as of now roots from it. Literature, literature as of now, we can't deny much we learned about it when we were kids. Back then, classic literatures existed, such as the story of Nemo, the education of a father to find his disabled son, Pinocchio, which has the moral value of being honest, and many others. We can't deny that. Even as children, we watch or read those classic literatures in books at school, in kindergarten, in grade school, and everywhere else. Now, the truth is, panels, judges, everyone, the truth is, we need to open our eyes. Truly venting it out here, classic literature is what made society what it is today. The modern depiction of these literatures are great, yes, but you could never replace the classic as it is. So our point here is to preserve the classic literatures, as they are too precious to let go. Obviously, they are historical bookmarks, as they should be. Now, in the status quo, it is already also obvious that they are being treated like so. They're already being treated like some very big historical bookmarks, and they are. That's good. That's what we want it to be. So the question is, the big question, why would we change that status quo in the first place? Why would you want to replace classical literature when it is so important to modern society, when it is what builds modern literature? You want to teach modern literature to these children. You want these children to take up the good moral values, to take up the good lessons that exist from these modern literatures. But how can you do that when all of that, when most of it, the good ones, come and exist from the classic literatures that exist before the modern literature? And this is why me and my team strongly disagree with this motion. That is all. Thank you.
Right. The first speaker of the opposition has spoken for 7 minutes and 6 seconds. Responding to the government's case, responding to the opposition case, please welcome the second speaker of the government. The second speaker of the government, the time is yours. And please turn on your camera.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, can I take my charger first because my battery is low? Also, I cannot turn on my camera because I will face connection issues. Wait a
Right.
second, yeah. Hello, hello, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to start my timer first. Gender pronouns they or them, and my POI preferences is through the chat. Therefore, don't unmute yourself. I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1. When I read a book or a literary devices, it's not only me reading about how fancy and how expensive the way that the author curated their words, right? But it's about how when I'm reading those books, books, it's going to shape my moral view and compasses of the world, right? Because I read those books and I digest the perspective of that author. And for this reason, I don't think that books that came from an era where people like me who are minorities, both sexually or even in genders, should read book from men who are used to gave prejudice towards people like me, right? I don't think that I want to confirm into those mindset, and I would rather read a book from an author who are actually minorities because I can resonate with more. We are very proud to propose three classes that I'm going to divide my speech into. Number one is on the justification. Secondly is on which sides give better values of education in literally towards the student in schools. But the third classes is on my extensions. I'm going to talk about how we can create empowerment towards Black students or minority students in general. The first classes first, right? The claims that they partook in is that classic literature have better literary devices and are more credible because they use certain kind of like English proficiency that are very in high level. Two responses to this. Number one, I think that this is wrong. I believe that their side need to prove why the intrinsic value of being analyzing is such an obscure and complicated sentence made in the BC era by Shakespeare. With more often these days, actually education institution requires you essays in like modern education system that doesn't have a lot of complicated literally devices, but rather they need you to be effectually correct and to be able to reiterate your words in a very content, very logical manner. Therefore, their case is false because there is no importance of students needing to be those kind of like English proficiency. Secondly, under their side, if for 6 to 7 years, children are being exposed into stories from classical age of living made by specific lens of things that are morally right at that time period. These are going to ultimately affect your view of society because you are exposed to that words for years. We believe that the student should not read only from a specific lens of writer of things that are labeled as morally true at his time frame, but to allow children to be exposed of wider range of lenses in a matter in author that who are like them, for example, and the issues are in today's era because those are more like efficient for students to analyze what is going on with the world right now, which is the function of education system. Thirdly, because realize that the way this literature are being deemed as classics under their side is because they pick a specific scholars and specific writers in the form of rarity pattern, right? Therefore, this literary canon has been historically dictated by extremely traditional and conservative by those chosen by those who are privileged white men, for example. Therefore, they don't really resonate what is going on with the world already because they are in a positions of a privilege. The implication of these rebuttals, this prove to you that number one, all of their like justification false because I've proven to you how it is like wrong and actually will be harmful towards the education system and towards the children. The second claims that they took is that we can show how we develop from today's society by giving comparison of both modern and classical literature. We are going to make a collaboration of this literature, for examples. There are one responses to this, right? I think that this is wrong, right? Because the logic of their premise is that they are going to bash classical literature and how it's irrelevant and abhorrent, right? But their side also says that they are going to show the message from this literature that are in the classic era, right? Which I don't think how they are going to prove how developed we are if they are still gaining message and value and use it for children from that classical age. Therefore, this rather show how flawed their argument are and how inexclusive it is because realize that on the outside we can also give teacher the incentive to state it towards their students that this literature actually represent us as opposed to like Shakespeare stories of Romeo and Juliet in which Juliet are being deemed as like the objectifications of women, right? Therefore, on the outside, we actually gain this benefit, and on the other side, this cut down their benefit of message. But then the second classes then is on better value, right? Whether that hold true is that right? We cannot remove the past from literature classics because today our modern literature is rooted from it. Therefore, we cannot erase what is already been written. There are two responses to this. Number one, I'm going to point out how this literature that they pick are probably problems or issues like the war between China dynasty, the story between kings of England, and the stories about I don't know, like complicated history. Note that all of these problems that they represent are incredibly far-fetched of children's, right? to get message from, because the problem that actual teenagers face with right now is mental health issues, panel, sexuality issues, for example, or like abusive kind of like parenthood. This means that the message is not going to be clicked within the children's mind because they cannot resonate with it. But secondly, even if it does and we took them at their best, again, the book that are probably written by a specific lines of the writer who are probably privileged enough to experience that life that they want to took a message with, right? Therefore, this cannot be this is going to create an illusion that, oh, because you failed to practice this message, you are wrong, even though the children are probably black people and the writer are probably white men who are able to access many kind of like education system as opposed to the black students, right? But the third things is that how in this book there are probably a lot of like harmful portrayals of minorities. For example, the fact that minorities are lazy, for example, back in the day, the reason why they are not like the king of England, or women are being objectified by the pleasures of men, and men are the one who save our life, for example, right? Therefore, this kind of like portrayal will shape children's point of view, and we don't think that we need to let that happen. The third extension is on how we can create empowerment towards black students or any kind of like minority students. Several analyses. Number one, authors who make classic literature were more often men who are already in privileged position in society, who have the privilege to have education, therefore only the classics are probably written from their own lens and perspective of life. But secondly, we believe that empowerment is very important and uniquely beneficial when you are able to then allow these African American children in your education system to feel represented by his own education. When these kids are able to read about piece of novel that resonate with them, they're able to resonate this sort of like microaggression that they feel in daily life and feel it something it's very incredibly empowering towards their life, right? They're going to be feel seen and visible. But thirdly, modern literature is also very important because they can bring light to many kind of like social issues. For example, a book about mental health, a book about Afghanistan wars and Palestinian and Israel wars. This will also be productive towards making this topic not taboo anymore to talk, because we are utilizing it in an education system where students are exposed onto this issue and they can talk about their issues, and they're not going to see it as something taboo, but they're going to be more speak up and upon up by this feeling, and they can sympathize with the problem that's going on in society. For all of these reasons, we are very proud to propose.
All right, the second speaker of the government has spoken for 7 minutes and 20 seconds. Responding to the government's case, please welcome the second speaker of the opposition.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Good afternoon. Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so hello, everyone. My name is Jason, and I am from the opposition side. Today, I will be acting as the second speaker, and I will explain my arguments as well as a few rebuttals. So the first rebuttal is regarding the first speaker's words, in which she said that in the past, women are viewed below men. Or basically, she also said about many problems regarding minorities. Well, this is especially true that women are treated unfairly in the past, or many other people of different race, such as Black people in America. But at the same time, not all of these demoting morals are kept inside all classical literatures. Like all those old books don't teach us to be racist or be sexist towards someone. I would therefore that I would say there is a gap also between your argument and your motion given, as you didn't really explain the correlation between the classical literature and the problem of discrimination between genders and also um, other types of minorities. Sure, these old books tells us the stories of how many people are being forced to work as slaves, how they are treated unfairly, how they are given grueling tasks, how they even die because of it, and especially how they are not given equal rights. But let's think of it clearly right now. As a matter of fact, problems such as discrimination, as you said before, can be used to our advantage of preserving classical literature. So this is because that we can actually learn from these past problems written in those classical books and use it to help us form a better world, a better modern world so that we can ultimately unite all the people in this world and end discrimination and end slavery and end all these problems that you mentioned before in the past. And the thing that you need to let go is that classic, moving on, the thing that you need to let go is that the classic literature art that has been created by these privileged people could just be separated from the artist. Yes, these artists may be horrible people in the past that may have done questionable things and actions, but lessons are lessons. We should know that. Even if they are not different, they are not in different scopes, we should still remember that we still keep both classic literature and modern literature, both combined, and we prioritize to take which to take and which to leave. It's that simple. We are not banning modern literature. We are not banning. We are just trying to preserve classical literature, not completely banning what's modern right now. Because of that, I will move on to my arguments now. My first argument is that classical literature has to be taught in schools. As my fellow friend said before, the first speaker, Philbert, he said that classical literature is the foundation and building blocks of modern literature right now. This is especially true because all the important morals contained within the pages of those classical books are being conveyed in modern ways that we might as well not notice. So let's say in the past, there's a book about how this person ended slavery. It can be conveyed differently in a new superhero comic or a superhero book, somewhat like that. But the moral is still kept inside of those pages. Moving on, reading classical literature will help us understand the complexity of the past and what the author was thinking behind those books they've written. We use these classic literatures as a window to open us up to the past and how we can learn from it. I emphasize on how we can learn from it and ultimately implement them in our modern lives. Let's be real. We can never understand ourselves without learning from our past. Same goes for literature. We can never understand the modern age if we don't understand the mentalities, the experiences, the wisdom, and the folly of previous ages. So there are a few examples of classical literature that I would like to explain, which exactly proves my point over here. The first is Moby Dick. Moby Dick is a well-known book for its adventure theme. This tells us the historical value of how people roam in the seas as their main job just to make a living. Though this book is fictional, it still taught us many historical values and also norms. The second one is a diary from Anne Frank. Anne Frank herself is a Jew in Germany, where she was being treated unfairly by the Nazis. So through her diary, we can look into the history of the horrors of Nazism and how it affected a minority in a country. This is true what you said. This is especially the problem of discrimination, as you said before. It teaches us a valuable lesson that war isn't an option and we should respect everybody. We should respect everybody regardless of what their race was. It also teaches us to know that we can make new measures right now that should be taken in order to have world peace, especially in the modern era right now, where peace is at really high stakes. The third example is a very common one and it's very well known. It's Helen Keller. Helen Keller is a diary of a girl who was blind, being a woman and being in a minority, but she eventually got an educational degree. This just proves that classical literature gives people hope regardless of their gender or differences. So what's the main takeaway from reading classical literatures? So one main takeaway from reading classical literature is the moral messages that are kept within each page. This proves that everyone in the world will experience hardships regardless of the time frame and regardless of those authors, whether they have done despicable acts or anything like that. Classical literature can also be used as a bridge for us to learn more about cultures. Classical literature will help students understand old cultures and will widen their worldview, especially which is needed in the modern era right now. They would be able to understand complex concepts that are non-existent in modern literature that we know today. Students should be prepared and equipped to engage in cultural studies to preserve their heritage and other people's heritages as well. Speaking of heritage, I'll explain why classical literature has to be preserved. The first one is regarding uh, removing classical literature from school library shelves may lead to the extinction of old forms of language. Yes, the morals will still stick with us, but the forms of sentences will be forgotten. This is especially true with many classical books that are written in Old English, which is a different variety of English that was spoken hundreds of years ago. It would be such a shame that history in the form of this language is going to be forgotten eventually. Now I rest my case. Thank you very much.
The second speaker of the opposition has spoken for 7 minutes and 25 seconds. Responding to the opposition case, please welcome the third speaker of the government. The third speaker of the government, the time is yours.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, wait. My POI preference is your chat. If I vote your chat, I will not take the POI. Will gender pronounce is your her, but you can call me as government whip. We'll start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Past cannot be replaced. Yep, we know about this. What we try to do as government team is not to erasing the past because there are no peoples can do that. But what we want to trying to do under government team is that we want to replace it with a new one. We are not changing the status quo. We're changing because humans keep developing, right? Even right now, I don't use small Nokia anymore, and I change into big Android phones, right? Prove to you that we are able to replace all things with the new one if the past thing is no longer relevant, right? We completely win on this debate because this debate basically just spinning round and round between communal interest versus personal interest, right? Under our side of the house, we try to bring an important premise about communal interest, where you have to replace the classic with modern literature once, because the classic literature is just basically keep harming minorities for decades. What we try to defend, but what they try to defend is a personal interest for you to keep the past, to keep the history. I don't see this as a strong principle, because one point that can make the argument fall, which is if you say that history is important, then prove to us why racist literature should not be replaced, right? Explain to us why the classic literature are culture for some peoples or what, right? If they never explain about that, they clearly lose in this debate. What their second speaker explained to you about culture is just a jargon, and culture didn't exclusively come from literature, right? Didn't exclusively come from classic literature, right? There are other sorts of culture, like for example, music, rumah adat, etc., which makes their point and claims already fall, right? Two questions in this debate. First class, about justification why replacing classic literature with modern literature is justifiable. The second class, we said can protect minority more, right? First class, why replacing classic literature with modern literature is justifiable under government team, right? They told you 2 points. Firstly, this is not justified because like classic literature contains great historical but progress, humanity, development, etc., etc. Two responses. Say yes, it is true, but it's less important with our principal argument about how this classic literature literally close the students' eyes, literally close the students' mindset about minority being suffering, because the classic literature only give spotlights about white people or majority people, right? This is bad because in the end of the day, they keep defending the superiority that come from white people, and there will be no progressive world in the long term and at their side of the house. But secondly, I don't get an explanation why this is
I'm sorry, my connection is choppy. I stopped. You're not audible since minute 2. Since the last time I hear you, is about your talking about your first clashes regarding justification, and after that I got cut off. I'm sorry.
Oke, cuman time-nya udah stop di 2:33 itu gak apa-apa.
Timer di HP di my phone I stop at 2, like exactly at 2. So yeah, you can
Okay.
speak till 2:50 I guess based on this timer.
Okay, Kak. Okay, we'll continue. Am I audible right now, Kak?
Yep, you're audible.
Okay, I will continue my speech in 3, 2, 1. About first class justification, which why replacing classic literature with modern literature is justifiable, right? They told you 2 points on this class. Firstly, they told you that classic literature literally contains great historical about progress, humanity, development, etc. Right? Two responses. Firstly, yes, it is true, but it is less important with our principal argument. But how this classic literature literally closed the students' eyes and literally closed the students' mindset about minority suffering, because the classic literature only gives spotlights about white people or majority people. Right? This is bad because in the end of the day, they keep defending the superiority that come from white people, and there will be no progressive growth in the long term, right? But secondly, I don't get an explanation why this story is so damn important and should not be replaced. If they only told you about history, etc., etc., we don't think it's still relevant, because realize that art that come from the classic literature is also black and white, abstract, and moreover, past actions in the classic literature is not same with the current world right now. Maybe in the past, women cannot go to school, right? But right now, women can go to school, which prove to you that the world is already changed, include the classic literature itself, right? The second point, when they told you that there are moral values, like from Pinocchio and something like that, right? We are not saying that about Pinocchio is bad, didn't give moral values and something like that. We are not saying that Romeo and Juliet literature didn't give moral values at all. But what we regret and what we try to change is the dominance of white people being the main character, and the fact that every portrayal in the classic literature are most likely dominating for majority. This happened because the dominance of majority artists in the past. But right now, what we're trying to change is that we want to open the opportunity for artists, include minority artists, to actually make a modern literature so that people can understand about your sufferings, can understand about your trauma in the past, etc. Right? Comparatively, if we keep defending about classic literature, then basically they just making children continuously attacking minorities. They keep defending about racism, misogynistic, etc., etc. Right? Which why we went on this class, right? The tipping point why we went on this class is because Rain told you about an important justification about on how we can actually you as a school, you have a moral obligation to actually teach students so that they can be more progressive. Because if you didn't do that, then students will never get lessons about how they should appreciate other people, because all of they see in the classic literature is just basically about white history and white people history and something like that. They didn't even get the moral values of the story, of the story itself, and it just basically make like minority students, for example, being stereotyped in the end of the day, right? But second class, which I can protect minority more, they only told you 1 point, right? People can use past problems in the classic literature as a reflection so that people can change, right? This is not likely at all at the previous place, because if the classic literature only portraying problems about white people, but they never portray about minorities' problem. Right? Okay, minorities might be exist in the current art, in the past art, on classic art under your best case scenario, but the fact that artists who came from majority are not able to portray minority suffering in the past because they are too afraid to be a backlash, right? This is valid. The reasons why we want to change it is because, okay, under your best case scenario, there are several arts that contains about minorities, but the fact that the portrayal and the picturization is not enough, it is because the past artists cannot able to actually portray minority suffering and minority trauma because they're afraid to be seen as a backstabber to their own kind, right? They're too afraid to be attacked by their own kind in the past. That's why there are less arts that can actually portray minorities in the end of the day. That's why we want to replace the classic literature with the modern ones, right? The tipping point why we win on this clash is because we protect more vulnerable actors. I told you an important point about how people and society can see this as not taboo anymore, and how we can make society being more progressive, especially our target are children who still can be shaped and be influenced, right? Under the side of the house, therefore to protect more vulnerable actors, which is the minority itself, because if they keep relying about classic history, then students will never actually understand about the minority suffering, about minorities trauma itself in the end of the day, right? Under their side, they just really doesn't want to change the bad world. They rely on externalities where they think that students that born in conservative environment and they only see white people in the classic theater, in the future they think that these students in the future can actually appreciate other people because PPKN lessons, for example. But we think this is not enough in the end of the day, because they are being shaped with the classic literature itself. That's why we're so proud to propose.
Right. The third speaker of the government has spoken for 7 minutes and 31 seconds. Responding to the government's case, please welcome the third speaker of the opposition.
First
The
of
third
all,
speaker.
yep.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes. Right.
Okay.
The time is yours.
All right. Thank you for the time. I'll start my speech in 3, 2, and 1. Okay. First of all, I would like to restate a few rebuttals that our side would like to point out. So, based on my analyzation regarding this throughout this debate, you guys are basically arguing about the fact that how past historical things and also values are actually a bad thing to be taught towards students in schools. But mind you, not all the classical literatures inside the case right now is contains like those discriminations and stuff like that you've pointed out to us, like those racist stuffs regarding white people being more superior. We're not acknowledging those things towards the students, especially towards young students. So therefore, of course, to act towards this fact, we need a mechanization, and also we need a mechanism towards this. But I don't see any mechanism from the government side, especially from this house word debate. So I actually have a trouble in actually finding the flaws and also the stuffs in their mechanism, and how would they do it actually, and how would they implement it to their world. So I think that although they managed to tell you guys about the discrimination being bad for the students, and also the points like for example, those proficiency tests doesn't require you to actually study about those classic literature, they're not basically telling us the mechanization and also the way on how they're going to do it. So what I'm going to do right now is to actually analyze more about the clashes that we've talked about in throughout this debate. You guys said about communal interest, but the real thing here is that historical past is not a communal interest. I mean, it's not a personal interest. It is a communal interest. So what you've said before is wrong, because this is because those historical points that like my previous speaker have said before is actually used by the humanity as a whole and not as a personal individual to actually learn from their mistakes. So we don't say those historians that actually learn from the past and stuff like that. We say that the whole humanity that actually learns from the classical literature gains benefits from this thing. So therefore, it is a communal interest. And you surprisingly, the third speaker told us about how Nokia is actually a good example for revolution, and also how it is how those iPhone and also Android is going to replace the classics and also stuff like that. And I see no relevancy inside this, because classical literature themselves is actually adaptive towards the conditions right now because of its moral value, and not relevant towards the smartphone example that you've provided. You also said about how you guys think of us as closing the students' eyes because of the superiority that is being the main point of the classical literature written by the writers. Well, then this is actually wrong, because why? Because from the classical literature that are written by the writers, they're not actually focusing on one point. There's so many examples, like my previous speaker, my second speaker, have said to you that there actually many values and also moral lessons that are taught there. So we're not closing the eyes of students towards this discrimination and also stuff like that. What we need to implement towards those students' mindset is that even though those actors and also those stories told us about the discrimination and also bad things inside the past society, we can still adapt to it up till now as a humanity in a whole. And also, like this, the actors, I mean the characters that my previous speaker have said, they actually managed to go through those discrimination and restated it in that classical literature for the person in the future to actually learn from it and not actually focusing on the discrimination part. So moving on to my worst case and best case, we acknowledge some worst case for our case here, that students might get bored and also students might not get advantage from these classic literature, but we actually have the answer towards that, because school nowadays actually using popular classic literatures to be taught to through language arts, for example, and English lessons, and therefore it would act as a filter that will actually filter those classical literatures, which one are good to be taught to the students and which one are not. So therefore, we're not actually teaching those like bad classical literature because of this case being in school. And also to restate, we are not completely banning those modern literature. We're just against the replacement of classical literature that is already there in libraries by these modern literature. So we see no point as the opposition side to actually replace those, because we need both of them to actually build the mental and also the moral and also the cognitive abilities from the students. If only the bad morals inside classical literature were to be seen in our worst case, after the implementation of schools' efforts to actually filter those, it is never too late for students to actually be taught about the right values. And it's not, or up to this point, is already a far-fetched thing for us to actually partake. Since in the best case, we can see that if their vision is to make modern literature the main source of learning, we see no past references. Students will not use those will not be able to learn about past literatures and how people actually lived back then, and they will not be able to learn and see how much humanity has progressed. So that is actually the main value of why we have to keep those classical literature in on our side. However, you guys also explained uh, about the about the discrimination, and I think that it is not an exclusive argument to their side, because the past classic literature is used for a learning facility and also inspiration for the students, and many classic literature are actually inspirational, like I've told you guys before. So we're not pointing out the discrimination and also stuff like that, because every classical literature that are going to be taught to the students have moral value and also have positive value. And why should we keep literature that contains elements of racism, sexism, and other forms of discrimination? My second speaker has already talked about this, because we can turn it around by teaching them about the discrimination. We can use that against you. That we can also segregate people back then by teaching them to avoid it and also not letting it happen for the second time. So I want to restate the stance that this house would not ever replace the classical literature that are already being taught in schools with modern literatures in schools. Thank you.
All right, the third speaker of the opposition has spoken for 7 minutes and 24 seconds. To close the opposition case, please welcome the reply speaker of the opposition.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right. Setting up my timer. Right. Right. I will start my speech in the count of 3, 2, and 1. So to close the opposition side of the debate. I will be again your reply speaker for today's debate. Debating on again the motion, I would like to state this house will replace classical literature with modern literature in schools. Now, in this debate, panels and judges, we have come a very long way. Now, as a reply speaker, I would like to restate everything that my team has stated and prove why it is better, prove why our arguments are better and why we win this case. So, I would like to restate again. Our team, the opposition team, aims to create a haven in which both classic and modern literature can exist and be taught in schools, as they are, again, we say, important to be taught to children from such a young age, that being classical literatures help children develop moral compasses, teach them moral values that can help them in society later on. Now, and we also have stated that classical literature captures a lot of the essence of the morals that existed back then. So to remove and replace these morals um, would be to replace what has built up the society's norms and the moral values that have been accepted today. So, so we also need to understand that modern literature. We also need to understand the background of modern literature and the literature world it comes from, and how modern literature writers get many inspiration from the classical literature writers. We have stated that again. So in technicality, we cannot remove the past, right? This is really important. We cannot remove the past. If what we have as of now roots from it, we cannot deny how much important it is, we cannot deny how important it is back then and how important it is now, even now. And then moving on, we've also stated and elaborated about how reading classical literature will help us to understand the complexity of the past and the author's mind behind the books they have written. We use these classical literatures as a window to open us up to the past. And now there's nothing wrong with going back to the past. In fact, it is a good thing. On our side, we understand it as a really good thing because we learn and we understand the past. We learn and improve from looking at the past. The same goes for literature. And the second speaker has also given examples for these things, such as the story of Moby Dick, and Frank, and etc. etc. Now, we have to remember again that classical literature is to be used as a facility for students to learn about the past, right? To learn about the past, the lessons that existed back then. And this also, again, must go through filters that will be done by the teacher. So they nitpick it in order to pick the right lessons, to pick the right moral values to be taught to these children. So in no way would something be slipped up to make these children suddenly go bad, which again would be a far-fetched word that has also been stated by the first speaker. Now, again, this form of literature subject will be continuously updated by the school side. In this way, we can prevent the argument regarding bad morals being taught by classical literature. Now, I would like to repeat this one statement that is very important. That is very important and seems to be missed out by the government team. So, again, the reason why we should still keep literature that contains elements of racism, elements of sexism, and other forms of discrimination is that we can turn it around, because we can't really control and avoid the fact that there exists discrimination back in our past. As human in the history of humans, we cannot deny that there is discrimination, but we can turn that around, and we can use it as an example that it wouldn't create a harmonious environment if that example is followed. Even so, it is a good thing that we can still look back at the past, where we can reflect on our past again. I've said before, after all, because we are here because of our mistakes that have happened from the past, right? We are more tolerant today because back then we finally understood and realized that being discriminative and narrow-minded is bad. And that is how and that is why me and my team strongly disagree with the motion. Thank you.
Right, the reply speaker of the opposition has spoken for 4 minutes and 13 seconds. To close the government's case, please welcome the reply speaker of the government.
Okay, starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Classic literature is good. Yes, they have wonderful wordings and make you learn things morally, etc. But it doesn't already have any relevancy with what we're dealing right now. Said government doesn't want irrelevant things to be mainly taught to the students. Opposition side is talking as if we are replacing classic literature, meaning that we're going to erase history, not teaching children what has been happening 1,000 years ago, how slavery happens or any other things. Right? This is not what we're talking about in the motion. If we're trying to teach them about that, oh, slavery happened 1,000 years ago, and you have to be grateful right now, and you should not slave other people anymore, then you can learn about that in history class, right? Panel, notice how this debate is supposed to be a proposal debate, right? Therefore, the team which should win this debate is the team who can manage to prove to you which side could address the problem in the status quo and provide better solvency. Our side has already brought to you A. We gave clear enough definition on what the differences are in modern and classic literature. We said classic literatures are not relevant with what society is doing right now. Since classic literature mainly being written down at the time problematic issues are still not getting settled down, when feminism movement is still doesn't exist, then it also affects the mindset of being put down by the poets towards the arts, right? How did the opposition team respond to this? Notice on how their side has never even tried to solve our side's main problem. They only talking about how even if this, even if that, like even if there are actions like racism or no gender equality, people will still have the morality lessons. But then notice on how this means that they know the problem exists, but just leave it there, not trying to provide any solvency, right? Like, okay, maybe high schoolers can know the difference on what is to take or as a moral or not in the poem, what language is appropriate or not. But what about kids? They read A and B, then they will proceed to think both at A and B will correct, right? Are correct, right? While in reality, B is not correct. By that being said, why don't we just erase B, this problem, and still having the morality lesson A? Our side wants to have modern literatures where there are gender equalities, there are no racism and other things. People are treated all the same. People not getting treated differently, right? In that way, we don't have to worry about little children who still doesn't get them what moral should be taken or not from a story. And B, we told you the characteristic of the vulnerable actor that we're talking about are students, which opposition team has not been talking about, right? Notice on how this is a big contribution since we have the parameter of people's age, people's way of thinking, which are students, mainly children, which will go through the phase of building characteristic mainly in school. That is why we even already brought up the importance of school education for children. We don't see how this should be a problem if we are replacing classic literatures in modern literatures, right? Because even curriculum standards in education are also being changed like for every other years, right? So then how the opposition team replied to this? They stated that their side wants about history from the literature. We don't agree with that. We don't see how replacing books as if nothing happened back then, right? And see, we have already explained it to you. Why then racial racial lessons being taught in this world as if nothing happened back there, right? And see, we have already explained it to you why then racial lessons being taught in schools are not enough. Because in Bahasa class, they learn about how vulgar the stories in poetries are, talking about slavery, how women was treated not the same. But then in racial lessons, they're being taught to do gender equality. This will just going to be confusing for the students, right? Then should I do this or not? And B, please don't buy the opposition team's claim when they're saying about how our mechanism is not clear. Our first even already stated this clearly that we are going to change books in libraries in school to be books like modern literatures. But what opposition team has been lacking on is that we are not changing the books from the libraries. We're not just going to burn all of the poems in libraries like in public libraries and other things that people can still search for them if they want to, but we're not going to do that in school. Then what opposition team has been lacking on is that to know that we are talking about what students should learn. They said that we should learn about the past, including poetry. This is not exclusive because on our side we can also provide an art to make people learn from their mistakes. Modern literature is also literature, right? It is also art. So by those reasons, if we believe if all of opposition teams' premises should fall, if panel wants to protect students to have the mindset, then you should vote for our side. For the sake of this debate, proud to propose.
Halo Kak, sorry itu tadi yang reply Reina ya, bukan Aiko.
Iya boleh. Oke. Boleh diganti, Van.
All right. The reply speaker of the government has spoken for 4 minutes and 36 seconds.
안녕하세요. So without further ado, I'm going to start my OA. First thing first, thank you everyone for the debate. I think it was a really nice debate and it's a really close debate. So I'm going to divide my OA into two parts. First is the decision and second is the reasoning behind my decision. So first, for the decision, I think it was a really good debate and it was with a clear margin. I give the win to the team in government. So congratulations for team in government and commiserations for team in opposition. I think you guys both did a really great job in this debate. So I'm going to move to the reasoning behind my decision. I think there's two clash in this debate. First is the justification, and second regarding to the impact to the students in the end of the day, right? So first regarding justification, government brought the idea regarding on how this classic literature is currently irrelevant and also why we should do this because of a compensation principle and etc. etc. Opposition brought the idea regarding on how this is something that is justified to teaching values and to preserve history in the end of the day. So two reasons why I give this clash to the team in government. I think government brought the idea regarding on how currently it's already being irrelevant. I think government managed to explain with a good context, like good context and explanation regarding on how classic literature are being written by privileged cishet men, and back in the day there's no feminism, there's still a lot of slavery and etc etc. So the value that is being taught by this classic literature is already irrelevant and different from current status quo. This is tried to be responded by teams in opposition by saying, "Oh, that's true, but classic literature are not centrist uh, with this, with all of this bad thing. They still have a lot of value and etc. etc. But I still there's a question. There's still a question that is still up into this debate regarding on why the question on, so in opposition side of the house, what kind of value that will be centrist in this classic literature? Because I think there is no further explanation in opposition regarding on what kind of value that will be explained. Because I think that it stopped. I think the explanation coming from team opposition stops in, okay, classic literature have other values, but there is no further explanation regarding what kind of value in the end of the day. Second point, I think the opposition brought the idea regarding on how this is a preserved history and etc. etc. I think even though there's a lot of elaboration regarding this on how you want to preserve this classical literature, old English, and etc. etc. But I think why this is cannot be upper hand in comparison with the government is because of two reasons, right? First, again, I think there's a lack of importance in this case on why preserving history is something that is most important in this debate, like what is the tangible benefit and how this principle is the most important in the end of the day. Because I think there is an attempt to explain coming from team opposition regarding on how preserving history is a communal benefit and etc. etc. But there is no further link back and established importance in the end of the day on why this can be upper hand to the relevancy in the end of the day. Second point, government side also already compare on why preserving history is not important because this is something that is also already irrelevant in the end of the day. So there is no need to preserve history in the end of the day. So because of those two reasons, for the first clashes, I give the win to team in government. Moving to the second clashes regarding impact to the students, right? Government brought the idea regarding on how this by teaching modern literature, we want to empower the minority and about talking about things that is more relatable. Opposition brought the idea regarding on how this can be the reflection for students to learn from the past and also understanding the complexity of the past in the two reasons of why I give this one to the team in government. First, government run the idea regarding on how this is an empowerment to the minority. They explain on how there's in modern literature, there's a lot of topics talking about minority struggles, that this will going to be beneficial for minority representation and etc. etc. This is also tried to be contested by team opposition by saying, oh, but this is also exists in classic literature that on explain on minority struggles and etc. etc. For example, Helen Keller and etc. etc. But I think this is already being negated. This is managed to be neutralized and negated by team in government by saying that's probably true, but this is still written from people from the past. So the picturization of the minority is inaccurate, and also they explain on how the writer probably didn't want a backlash back in the day because there's still a lot of racism and etc etc. So I think they managed to explain the likelihood on why this on why the minority picturization will not be as good to me. So it's kind of hard for me to buy the response coming from team opposition in Unity regarding empowerment to the minority. So for this minority empowerment, I give the win to team in government, right? Moving to the second point regarding the idea coming from team opposition regarding on how there's going to be a reflection from people about the past, and also for the back understanding the modern literature, because classic literature is the base for modern literature and etc etc. I think even though this is a really interesting idea and there's a lack of response coming from team government, I think the problem with this case is there's a lack of process analysis regarding on how student will understand this, and regarding on how you why you need to understand classic literature to understand the modern literature. And I think because of there's still a lot of question that is still not answered in this argument. So even though there is no further response coming from team government, I don't think it's enough to give the win to the team in opposition because of this argument in the end of the day. So yeah, because of those two clashes, I give the win to the team in government. Once again, congratulations and commiserations. If you guys have any further question, feel free to contact me on WhatsApp. And thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kak. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kak. Thank you, everyone.
Wan, tadi yang menang emang mana? Gue gak denger. Tadi yang menang yang mana?
Tim aku.
duality or like the comparing between these two art forms should still exist, which is true, which is a benefit I guess from opposition. But again, that benefit still, like the second point, comes at the expense of the principal analysis. So in comparing that, I could not credit that the idea of understanding more art or having more information about these arts should come when the principal baseline of it was still won by government side. So that's why in principle, government still won. Yeah, in order to take that clash opposition, I would say you need the weighing why the principle was not as important as information and education in now. But I don't think I got that in the debate. So that's why that principle baseline was still won clearly by government side. Secondly, then on practical. First, government says that this helps the local artist. Second, opposition says that this is helpful for IR and education. Firstly, again, so I guess you can say that in weighing up this clash, again, the material benefits still came after the principal benefit clash that was won by government. But even if we were talking about the practicals, firstly, I think the preference towards Western aesthetics, especially in this time frame, means it is a burden therefore on opposition actually to prove why the preferences of towards Western aesthetics will go away, or why that is a preferable world to still live in, because government did say that we don't want the preferences of Western aesthetics to be as dominant or to be like as prevalent in education whatsoever. So that's why I couldn't see artists or like people aspiring to become understanding in in art form, while specifically the bias and the trend that was prevalent from colonialized period, which is the Western aesthetic, should still be the same norm as it is today. Because government did say that this is bad because it doesn't give access to lots of other local artists. But secondly, specifically in the burdens of IR, not just that I'm a IR major saying this, right? But I think an average intelligent person is fair to say that the IR points from opposition was quite jumpy because it wasn't explained step by step. Moreover, it was engaged by government side by saying that there are alternatives working with other countries. Other governments do affirmative action anyway, so there is precedence for good IR relations to happen even without artworks. So that's why that could not stand. Thirdly, though, on the idea of accessing education, I think government also proves that the margin was not as huge because they say that education for art specifically is still going to be consumed by specific demographics of people on both sides of the house. So that's why there really needs no need for art specifically to become a more encompassing or more inclusive art form of education, because yeah, it always has been exclusive to people who prefer specific types of art anyway. So that's why on practicality, the margins there were not convincing for me to give the win for opposition. Meanwhile, government already won on those grounds. So that's why the decision is as is. So, but yeah, thank you everyone for the round. Good luck for the next and final round of the day. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Kak. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Kak. Thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
Kak. Thank you, everyone.
everyone. Sorry for the wait. But the draw is released now. You could check it directly on the Heroku app. I will also share screen for you guys so you can see.
Yes. Mongo, share screen. All right, everyone, please take note of your positions of your round and adjudicators as well. Yeah, the rounds are as follows: R1, R2, the room is as follows: R1, R2, R3, R4. Directly rename yourselves and allocate yourself later, and give your motion preferences to the adjudicators. Yeah. All right. Without any further delay, we will start the motion launch. Yeah. She's been my queen since you were 16. All right. All right. Round 2 was art. All right. And in round 3, we're going to talk about something very close and very personal to all of us. Something that I think everyone experiences once in their lifetime. We're going to talk about law. We're going to talk about law for round 3. Yay! The motions are as follows. 1, this house would replace human judges with artificial intelligence technology. 2, this house would allow extreme socioeconomic conditions as a mitigating factor in court. And 3, this house would elect judges democratically. Any questions? Unmute yourselves, just ask. Oh, no questions. Nice. All right, so debate starts after you guys motion preference, 30 minutes. And this is a silent round, so don't bother waiting for OA. Just directly come back here for the breaking announcement. Bye.
a crime of robbing a bank in order for you to survive, you will recommend big specific punishment like job training or etc. Moving on to my argument here to support my stance, I have one contribution. Why the decision-making calculus under a human judge is not justified to be included in the court. The problem within today's CGS is law provides an extremely wide scale of minimum and maximum sentencing or a single crime grants judges the power to excessively over or under penalize criminals based on arbitrary consideration. Comparatively, our algorithm can obtain an objective and equitable decision based on infinite number of circumstances and context. In the current status quo, there are four decision-making calculus which why unfairness and bad decision can happen on human judges. One, privilege. The fact that rich people can hire a good lawyer that can sway the judges or lawyer that already known by the judges itself is but unprivileged people cannot afford good lawyer who are good in sugarcoating, make makes the judgment in the court are unfair. What should be happening in the court is an unfair is a fair judgment where you can make where you make the perpetrator not guilty, not because their lawyer are good in convincing the judges but it's because based on proof and what they in fact they are not guilty. Under their side, famous lawyers or professional lawyers can easily convincing the human judges because humans easily attracted with words, right? We cannot handle it because it is in humans nature where we easily believe in people's word. And second of all, even every judges has a unique upbringing for any specific worldview. Knowing how judges are also human, meaning that they have relationship with others too, right? They also have family and friends. But then note that one of the problem of unfairness happening is at times like when people getting judged as has a relationship with the judge themselves. These judges are making the decision to either give any punishment towards these people they know or not. Two things that most likely to happen when judge include their personal feelings. But why should wait sorry but then why should personal lives not be included? Because at the same time people are being on the court as the criminals too, right? They are victims too. There are victims too. Then isn't it just going to be hurtful for the victims to know that these people hurting themselves are just not going to get any punishment, and B, they are going to give a harder punishment because they have a motive like revenge, etc. Example, this judges has experienced a certain crime and the criminal escaped, but then he faced a crime to judge and it is the experience he had. He will put a revenge motive right in his decision, but then this personal feeling should not be included because once again at the time there are criminals that then they are also victims. It is just wrong to judge anyone unfair just because judges have irrational reasons, right? And third of all, political and moral compass can affect the way that you are decay criminal behavior because right leaning judges tend to over penalize because they are tough on crime, while left leaning judges will under penalize the prosecutor because they sympathize with them. This is bad because the judgment is a court and the courts should not based on political stances that the judge have. And four, judges are vulnerable to keep their emotions stresses that affect our cognitive abilities and the rationality. So inside the court process, really emotional victims can sway the judges to be generous towards over penalizing the prosecutor, whereas the emotions preparators compel the judges with their life issues like having a family like having a family in home. These can sway the most mentally resilient individual. The reason as to why human judgment can be swayed. This will likely to happen at the very first place because humans have empathy and sympathy as their natural bawaan. This human natural can have disadvantages the decision making. And layer two, why bad decision from judges can result into the loss of trust in our justice. African American or people who are used to be disadvantaged by the law will be unwillingly to offer information to a law enforcement agency that can help them prosecute crimes because they believe that the court system is structural against them and it can slowly slow down and border their decision making if they don't want to give the details information. Secondly, on the other hand, under penalization will be boldened in crime culture as society believes that their raises and wealth and other factors that are entitled to them affect the justice towards the faith court. Hence, we see why we see a lot of rich figures or celebrities are the primary prosecutors who quickly leaving behind a string of silencing victim or threat them to or underreport. How then? The only way to prevent those harms is by changing to AIs. I said before, when we are changing the judges to AIs, meaning that that the AIs will be programmed to have a certain algorithm getting be inserted by UD, UD and loss and other things, meaning that they are not going to there's no contribution of personal feelings and other things, right? But perhaps opposition team is concerning about how robots are also made of humans too. Then why should we listen to robots robots are even made by humans? But then realize that the difference between these two is that these robots will at least at the very least not get taking bribes, etc. Right? They at least aren't biased. And I've already explained to you in the setup that these AIs are going to make a decision based on the law, based on the UUD. For those reasons, very proud to propose.
Okay, thank you, PM, for your speech. Now to open the case from opposition, I call you upon leader of opposition. Here.
Here. Okay, so am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, so for my gender pronouns is she, her, and for PI, just type it down in the chat box. Okay, I will be starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, we do believe that the world that prop oppose will never be championed. Even if it happen, will be proof as well why our side is better. On our side of the house, our stance is very, very clear that we as developed countries will use artificial intelligence not just to replace the human and judge authority, but for other purpose, like to detect honesty of the testimonials from the perpetrators, detect the psychological effects, etc. Not meaning by that we want to replace the psychologists with AI, because we are only going to use AI technology to test the honesty of the perpetrators. That this AI will just be made like what the propose, but there will be warning signs if there's an error. Then the credibility will be maintained in our side of the house to detect the honesty of the judge, so that human judge will most likely to get bribed, because it can be exposed in our side of the house, that which I will be elaborate later in my arguments. Before moving on to our arguments, I will bring some rebuttals to this debate today. First, removing humans. Like, they seem like they always playing in their base case scenario, right? By portraying the politics are bad judge, and in reality, we cannot like make a stereotype like all politicians are bad, all judges are bad. Like in reality, like there's a good judge, and it's based on the human itself, right? And it's unfair. Judge judged by the robot is actually unfair to human, though. You are the human with better moral, better position, but you will just like prosecuted by the robot that is so rational, right? This rationalism bring more harm than good. Like the first, they not bring the mechanism on how they will detect the lie. Second, so those people that have the feeling in making decision will have like better analysis, right? And third, even if they can't do it in our side, we will still have the lie detector, right? The which we will explain in our mechanism. Third, they just portray bad judge, right? Let's engage with them. Like even if this human relation doesn't work, mean that you can't replace the whole work field, right? The secondly, there is counterbalance that can expose bias, which our mechanism. Even if there is mental pressure for the human judge, we think that it's inexclusive, because all the time you can still also suffer from mental pressure. Also, I think that when you're being a judge, you already experience or proceed your like your when you can be the judge, right? Mental pressure has already solved by the human as well. And like moving on to our principle, why sense of morality is better in our side. They are stiff in terms of creating the best law. Look how the sense of morality will never be transferred towards the robot. Why? First, notice how humans were born with 1,000 moralities. Why AI just like implementation of these moralities. Even if they can say that they can transfer the memories from human judge to the robots, we say that human judgment is a lot better because they can develop alone on their own. Robots needs like maintenance again and again, need for development, etc., etc. Robots just accept, and human judge can accept and filter it again. Okay, this is exclusive because this only can happen in human. Second, this is why the stiffness of the robot cannot be controlled, right? Why is it important? First, there is less comparison on the decision of the robot judge. We say that all the perpetrators are inherently bad. There are perpetrators that do bad things because maybe they are in a poverty, so on and so forth. These backgrounds reasoning have never been explained in a book of law, right? Even if it's explained, we say that a robot will still stiff because they like they take decision based on the past experience of or the data that they had. Meanwhile, human judge can like take a new and sudden decision that may be right, and it is the right way for the crimes that the people did. Third, the utilitarianism of human moral can be portrayed from two sides, whether it's bad or it's good. This two way of portrayal will be never be able in the AI technology. Moving on, robots cannot have the audacity towards human. Why is this so? First, in our layer of argument, first layer of the argument, we already told you that our side is like have better moralities, right? Better moralities could create between human and human, because notice the humanity is only exists in terms of moral values and moral development. Third, we're appreciating human, like judge will be exist in our world, the judge that have the sense of adapting moralities, while this cannot be exist in the proposition team. For even if let's say like the robot is so smart that the robot can even develop at very first place on themselves, they are not learning by themselves, they are just like following the scientist does. For this reason, they are not even better than human in any terms of judging. Fifth, what we want is robots to become the partner of human judge, not meaning like they replace the whole judge, but they can like help the judge to just like detect the testimonials of the perpetrators are true or not, like the honesty. Even if world the robot judge can have the capability to detect the honesty, we are proven why we have already proven why it's better in our side. Second argument, why can the prop side of the house decrease job opportunities with the replacement of humans with artificial intelligence? That of course will close almost every job opportunity in the judgment, right? With this replacement, that will make the number of unemployed raised. Prop cannot say that the judge that being replaced can be a mechanic to like maintain the AI, because not all people have the ability to do that, because we need to study AI, right? And we need to be professional. Meanwhile, the judge of course study law, right? And then the the and if they say that like they can learn first the IT, like right, it like how long will they take to master that? And in the meantime, what will they do? Like they didn't have any job, right? What will they eat, right? And the prop say, and if the prop say not every judge will be replaced, then what is the main point of replacing this on the first place? And even though they replace only half of the judge, that will create a toxic environment, because there will be a lot of competition that would happen. Why? Because all the judges will competing so hard and didn't, because so that they didn't get replaced by the AI, right? And then there will be protest backlash from the students that study law, that's the activists as well. And then this will lead to like the government losing vote, and of course government doesn't want to lose vote, right? And then moving on, why our side is better? Because we provide a work field that even scientists research, which is a robot to use in the court. In the prop world, even if they say that not all judges will be replaced, we say that the job decrease on the side, on their side at the end of the day. There will be less backlash on our side of the house, because we cater all causes. We still also have human judgment, which that can give inherent meaning that lives out of the per- perpetrators, perpetrators, right, will not be seen as the as that bad. Meanwhile, on upside of the house, the law student will protest human rights and so on. And because all of that reason, we are very, very proud to propose.
Okay, thank you for LO. Now to continue case from government side of the house, I call upon DPM. Here. Hello, am I audible? Yes, sir, audible. Okay, I want to go to the toilet for a second. Please wait. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay, I'm going to open my timer and I'm going to uh wait. I'm going to mm, okay, I'm going to start my speech in okay for gender pronouns they are them and my their preferences is through the chat. Sorry. Start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Yes, maybe not all judge is evil and racist, but the probability of having a good judge or a judge with like a very sufficient morality is very much based on luck and broad lottery upon the perpetrator or the victim, right? And we don't think that these victims should have been rely upon those luck, but we are going to um change the criminal justice system by its whole, right? There are several there are several clashes that I'm going to put into my argument, right? The first clashes is on justification, and then secondly is on minority victims or perpetrator. Thirdly, I'm going to give you the extensions about how human judges skewed by personal biases and disadvantage to the most vulnerable agency. The first clashes, right? The first thing that they told you is that we can just like use judges or advise the result of the punishment to other parties. Therefore, it's not going to be biased, and we are going to like discuss it, and the judges are not going to make a mistake because they know that it's like their job. There are two responses to this. Number one, I think that this is wrong, right? I think that in Satu School, this has already exists. That is to say, they already have like several panel of individuals whereby they can consult. But the problem with this is that this innate biases and the image of structural subconscious racism that exists is what to prevent from doing so. They cannot just say more individuals or representative can fix this issue because the fact is they exacerbate the human flaw within the criminal justice system by having more people in it and exacerbate the amount of racism and inherent biases to exist. There are no response towards many kind of structural reasons why this is false on Raina's speech. But thirdly, there's also a lot of aspect that can influence the mental calculus from the judge. For example, the judge is a Buddhist, they may be more generous, or judges who have like extremist religious will be more extremist. These clashes of point of view would not lead to anything but their individual belief that they might not realize do have, right? But the second claim that they told you is that morality cannot be reached from AI and can only be purely given by the humans or judges. Two responses. Number one, this is untrue. Let's assume human judges have morality, but the question then becomes panel is whether or not the morality is good, right? Their benefit is largely rely upon whether or not the morality exists. But look, if you are a judge who have a personal grudge towards a perpetrator, for example, the judge has experienced his house being robbed, therefore they will be on money crime. Or judges who sympathize with the family of a man who is a rapist will underpenalize them since the crime is up to the point of abortion, for example. Therefore, this morality that they talk about can actually be weaponized and can be manipulated against the fairness towards the criminal justice decision. Thirdly, morality upon judges is bad because then they become very emotional or very angry towards the perpetrator. So as opposed to rationality and thinking it clearly, they are being emotional and they are putting their feelings in the first place as opposed to actually analyze the situation. Thirdly, it's easy to contain morality. Under our side, we can just input the mental health data of the perpetrator inside the AI, right? Therefore, the message will still be objective under our side, and we're not like losing any kind of losses. We can calculate it. Under their side, it's very arbitrary upon the judge's moral compasses. The second cautious want to talk about is on minority perpetrator and minority victims. The thing that they told you inside of this is that human judgment can be exposed through lie detectors anyways, therefore like honesty can still be given. There are two responses. Number one, this is entirely wrong. We don't think there is like an actual invention of technology that they're like can test your honesty, but even if it does, their premise very much rely upon whether or not it will be used in every sentence or it will happen, right? Because the comparative of this debate is to define whether or not pure AI or pure human, right? Not the combinations of it. I think that they're being half sense to want to take our benefit. But then secondly, even if we engage on like the lie detectors argument, this actually confirm and make our point become true. Then they actually agree that machine or AI is indeed a better decision maker, because now they can like test the honesty of someone, right? Therefore, this actually benefit our case, because this proves how human is like a lot less capable than the lie detectors that they talk about. The implication of this rebuttal: number one, this nullify their mechanisms and all of their benefit, but because I proved to you how it literally means that their case is not beneficial. Secondly, why on the outside we actually grant this benefit of using AI. The second place that I told you is that on the our side, we are going to erase the job opportunity for people in the law firm or people in the CGS. Two responses to this. Number one, they have yet to answer our four reasons why the decision making towards the vulnerable actor is not fair, therefore why the job opportunity is good. But also, there are no explanation from their side on why job opportunity is far more important than having a fair criminal justice system, right? What if the job opportunity is turn out to be bad, for example, and can ruin our image? But secondly, this is like the flaw of their side, right? Because on the other side, we still have people who are in law. For example, lawyer, public defender to defend the victims, or lawyer to defend the perpetrator, the one who typed the whole document, or the one who like recorded the whole court. These are still people who are included inside of a law that therefore on the outside the opportunity still exists. Third extension, I'm going to give you argument about how human judges skewed by personal biases and disadvantage to the more vulnerable agents. There are several analyses within this argument. Number one, racism is ubiquitous in criminal sentencing in the Northern Church of Australia, right? I have read about this like several months back about how 80% of the person population is indigenous people, despite this group only making up to the percent of the population. This means that there are more people who came from that racial minority inside the prisons, even though that people inside is like less than majority. This means that the average judges that I talk about is human and susceptible to prevailing stereotypes and bigotry to design the valuable minorities as aggressive, who are immoral and dangerous, leading to the over-sentencing of this group. Because if one people do it, there will be massive stereotype given to those other people inside the community. But secondly, these biases are extremely hard to alter because they are perpetuated by holes in the KGS for main reasons. Number one, charges can act with impunity because the independence of the judiciary renders it as it impossible tax to remove them from officer. But secondly, note that training that they talk about also does little duty of biases that have been ingrained in your mind for decades, since childhood probably. It's almost impossible to be cognizant under your side because of the subconscious bias that you have, that you don't even know exists. This means that judges may not realize that they are having a racist tendency. This, for example, black man was less responsible and more dangerous is to white counterpart having biases that will further disadvantage for example communities. But thirdly, I'm going to take their best case, right? Even if their culture is true, the average judges isn't racist, which is the best case, at least under our side, we are not going to rely upon good luck or good deeds, but we get the systemic changes to change all of the arbitrary unfairness. Do we believe that they have suffered for too long? This evangelized community need to have the justice served by now, not to wait for human judges to be kind and have bad morality, as what I told you very proud to propose.
Okay, thank you DPM for that speech. Now to continue the case from opposition, I call you upon DLO here.
Hi. All right. Am I audible?
Yes, audible.
Okay. We have preference run meeting. Gender pronouns he or him. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels, we love the dreamy world that proposition proposes. We still do believe that we still get, but we still do believe that we still get a better judgment in our side of the house because of our mechanisms, right? They're just like proposing you a dreamy, delusional world, which is like they are having like an advanced technology, but biggest questions the proposition teams, right? They're being so proud when they can just provide a good technology, but we question then as to why there's a good lawyers that wanted their intelligence that results from learning in the university for a very long time to be transferred to the robots, right? If they say that they want to, because this judges want money, we say that firstly it is not their biggest interest, right? Because they are also like get big wages from the law job. Secondly, it is less likely to be happen because like these judges will also think that your intelligence, this judge intelligence, can be copied to other robots, right? Thirdly, no one wants to transfer their intelligence because this robot can replace your work field, right? Your life remains, your life needs to be remain there. Fourthly, even if there's intelligence that wanted to be transferred, the proposition spend will be more expensive because the moment that you see, because the moment that you just like export to another robots will just like you need to pay more and pay more and pay more, right? The questions I'm gonna bring this debate first is which side of the house is more justified, and secondly, which side of the house can protect minorities better, and because like that's the biggest premise coming from opposition proposition, and thirdly, extension on the comparative, right? Okay, firstly, uh, wait, where is it? First clash on justification, right? They say that there will be bad or biased judge, right? First, if there are bad judges and it is hard to find a good judge, there will be not good intelligence that will be transferred in proposition world. Your robot will be racist. Your robot will just like do your robot will be unfair to the minorities, right? We don't understand like why they're just like being why they're just like portraying there's only bad judges, right? But thanks to them for portraying a bad judge, meaning that meaning that this intelligence that transferred to the robots, the personality also being transferred to the robots, right? At the end of the day, like the solution of racism will not be ever that significant in propositions out of the house. Secondly, about religion judges, which like you can just like give what is that called, you can be more merciful, right? Firstly, proposition side being so discriminative, right? Why is having a religion become the reason of you whether you are capable or not to be judged, right? B, I think like they've already passed a very long time pressuring moment when you can just like being a human judge, right? Maybe like they have to just be a lawyer first, and then they have to next to be like assistant judge, and let's say and so on and so forth, right? They've experienced a very bad and very long term process is as to why they can get this position, right? Thirdly, about emotional judges and biased judges, right? First, this is not the fault of the judges, right? Because maybe there's the lack of the trainings or the lack of education that the universities provided, that the court institution provided to these judges, right? B, even though like they're emotional or like their biases, there are sanctions, right? Well, they're afraid of getting sanctions, right? See, I think like there's another judge, that another rational judge, no, another hard judge that can counterbalance their emotions, right? They will say that why are you being so emotional, and of course the emotional judge will be afraid to be eliminated by nature law because they're afraid that my emotions can lead me to just like being what is the being dipecat because I'm not professional, right? At the end of the day, emotional judges will be more maintained in our side of the house because there's pressure as to why emotional judges to not be emotional at the end of the day, right? Okay. Fourthly, they're basically saying that opposition supporting proposition because opposition inherently like saying that AI is better, right? Firstly, it is untrue because our side is the one who better because we use AI to just like be the partner, not to decide the decision, right? Even like this even like this even like in our side of the house, we've already explained to you that even if this even if this like what is that called, this 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 technologies which is like to detect the honesty doesn't work or doesn't exist, and then like there's counterbalance, or there's counterbalance which is like there are other judges and also there are other evidences, right? Especially it's gonna be much more better in our side of the house when these technologies can work and can just like detect the honesty, meaning that it can support your reasoning of why you have or of why you have to support of how of as to why you have to just like give these punishments to these specific criminals, right? And secondly, I think like why when you're like being a minority doesn't mean that you are a good people, that you are a good people, right? This has to be the biggest burden of a proposition, right? I'm not saying that I'm being racist, but when proposition wants a world where robots be more merciful to these black people, let's say, then their side is being discriminative, right? Because there will be more hard to the white people that are doing fault, right? We say that even if there's like discrimination exists in our side of the house, doesn't mean that you can stop discrimination by using AI. Discrimination still exists in proposition. Second clash on as to why we side of the house can protect the minority victims, like which is the biggest premise coming from proposition. First, I think it's our side of the house, because in our side of the house, we will not make the job decreased, right? Especially when the majority, when the white people jobs get decreased, meaning because of these minority victims, meaning that this majority will oppress this minority more, right? Because oh my god, you're being minority and you're like being the reason of why as to why I'm getting fired. When they want to replace the majority, they will just oppress minorities more, which is will happen in propositions of the house, right? and, and I think minority victims' pride will be more maintained outside the house, because this decision will be decided by human, will not be decided by robots, but will be decided by humans at the end of the day, right? Look how worse the lives of the minorities are. They will just like get oppressed, and they will just like be the topics of they will just like make people laugh because oh my god, you're being judged by robots, like how like your life is worthless, right? Comparatively, first we're still better because we still provide work field, and we can engage the scientist research result, which is robot to be used in the court to detect honesty, right? In the professional world, they are decreasing the jobs of the majority, let's say, and they can just like get oppress minorities more, right? Secondly, there will be less backlash in our side of the house because we cater to all causes. We still also have judgment, which can give inherent meaning in the lives of the perpetrators, which is the minorities still also like being worthful. Third, they want to champion less bribing in their side of the house. It also can be championed in our world with the detection of honesty. Comparatively, even if we use technology to detect honesty, it will not be that harmful because it doesn't decide the decision of judge. Even if there is no warning sign of our technology, human judges will also be realistic and just see the evidence, and there's counterbalance with other judges, and that's why we're very proud to oppose win for opposition.
Okay, thank you, DLO, for that speech. Now, to close the substantive case from government, I call you upon government whip. Here. Oke, tunggu sebentar ya. Oke, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, my general pronunciation sure her, but you can call me as government whip. My POI preference is through chat. Don't unmute yourself. If I forward your chat, I will not take the POI, so don't spam me. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. We cannot always relying on humans because humans tend to make mistakes. Humans can be biased just because they see the perpetrator give an innocent and sad expression, because humans have empathy and sympathy. This is valid. Comparing to AI do not have emotion at all. AI don't have personal feelings or personal experience. Yes, okay, under their side of the house. In the short term, human judges can still do their work, but in the long term, people will slowly losing trust towards the law itself. So in the long term, there will be no benefit under the side of the house. Okay, maybe under our worst case scenario, there are several protests and acceptance from society, but it is a progress of adapting, right? At least in the long term, we can make and show to the society that the judgment under AI is still fair anyway. In the end of the day, we are so proud to oppose. Opposition stance is so confusing. Right? At first, they told you that they want to use AI to track honesty, but in the same speaker later, they told you that AI are not able to detect honest. So there is no clear explanation where AI under their world are able to detect the honesty or no, right? They completely killing their own argument when they told you that AI is not that effective, meaning that under your side of the house, you also cannot use AI, right? Two class I will make. First class, which I can provide better decision-making process, no through chat, please, thank you. Second class, which I can provide better outcome in the end of the day, right? First class, they told you 2 points on which side can provide better decision-making calculus. Firstly, they told you they use AI as a check and balance, so it will be easier to track if the judge private or no, if the judge bias or no, right? Three responses. Firstly, okay, under the best case scenario, this AI can help as a check and balance. But remember that judge are the highest actor in the courts, right? In the court, there are agreement where you have to agree with the judge decision. Whether you want to protest about ABC, you cannot change the decision because judge decision are valid. Same as like judge in debate, the decision is valid, which means under the side of the house, if the judge are being bribed, biased, etc., their judgment will be still valid anyway, which your point about like I can help is already loose, right? But B, even if it's true that some of judges are kind, we are better because at least we didn't give a false hope towards society. Even ICO already play under your best case scenario where you're only relying on some kind judges, but you cannot change the current system in the court itself, right? Under our side, the one who input the data and algorithm towards the robot is not the judges, right? But it is the technocrats who have the knowledge and we input who they on it. So please listen to Rain mechanism. And when they try to flip our claims, they fail, which means our mechanism is still stand anywhere, right? But 30, when okay, they told you there are sanctions, etc. But you need to explain the likelihood first because realize that judges have a big influence in the courts, right? So basically, your claims about judges will be scared. It's not likely at all because judges know, right? They are the one who actually make the decision, which means they are the they are the important actor in the court itself, right? The second point, when they told you that human judges have better morality and more effective, right? Two responses. First, if they argue about robot have to develop, I think this technicalities problem happen too under of the house because judges also need to develop, right? I cannot suddenly being judges after I graduate, right? It takes time in both sides anyway. Basically, when they told you that robots will see all the perpetrators are bad, human judges can make new decisions, especially for poverty people where they did criminal because their socioeconomic background. This is so assumptive, right? I don't get why it can happen in the first place because okay, under your best case, these lawyers are so kind, but society will protest about it. They will argue about how the judges are being biased and weak, right? Confusing, etc. But on our side, people know that robots are not humankind. Robots are machine, and humans know that robots cannot be biased because they don't have emotions, right? This is the thing point why their point is already full and we win under this clash because at the first place, human judges can also be influenced by the demand of the current society's characteristic, by the demand of the political view, right? Some of human judges make the decision and make the fault goes for women, for example, because society in that country are so conservative and misogynistic, right? But why it will not happen under the house? It is because AI decision will not be influenced by the demand of society because we've taught you that AI are systemically organized by the algorithm and the current undang-undang, right? So under this clash, we win because our principle is more important and we successfully proving to do why there are a lot of metrics that make the judgment is not fair because privileged rich people can hire expensive lawyers like Hotman Paris, but mid to low class people are not able to do that. And based on political view, like how these judges might be a Republican, so they cannot make a fair decision is valid, right, under the of the house. The second class, we still can provide better outcome in the end of the day, right? Especially for the victims, right? They told you the points. Firstly, they told you that outside of the house decreased job opportunity, right? Two responses. Okay, this might be true, but it's as important rather than our premise about how it will make the judgment not fair and how society will slowly lose trust in law. There is no response about this because even though they're pointing out we play on best case scenario, they cannot play under our case. They basically just giving a denial claims about not every judges are bad, etc. Right? But okay, even if we have to pay under their best case scenario, well, it will decrease job opportunity. Our side is still win because two reasons. A, there are another job besides being judge. Law graduates can work on firm company. They can be lawyers anyway. They can be notaries or can be a people who's observing the court itself, right? Just because we replace judge with AI, it does not mean that suddenly all lawyers will disappear, right? Suddenly, every law graduate will be unemployed, right? Notice that law bachelor degree not always being judge or lawyer. There are a lot of jobs like legislative and something like that. Their point about they assuming all law graduates to be judged and there are no other job, it's not exclusive at all, right? But B, at least under ours of the house, we didn't give a false hope towards society on how society having a big hope towards judge that can decide it fairly. But the fact that judge can lie, judge can be manipulative for their decision or do it behind the tameng where they are the party who have rights in making a decision, right? On the other side, by using AI, society will not having a false hope because they know whatever that happen, AI will not be biased because AI is robot, not a human, right? But second point about when they told me that majority will oppress minority more, three responses. Firstly, this is not likelihood at all. Their argument is so jumpy about majority will see minority are the only reasons why they being replaced with AI, right? Because realize that if government want to replace these human judges with AI, realize that government have a coercive power where they can force certain actors, where they can replace it anyway, right? So under their sort of the house, it does not mean that just because they being replaced with AI, suddenly they put the fault into the minority itself, right? But even if they do that, realize that government also have right to punish them anyway, right? If this majority oppressed minority make the minority suffering doing kekerasan, it under their sort of the house they can still punish it anyway, right? Because kekerasan is not allowed even on Pancasila. We know about that, right? But let's see, okay, even in both sides we cannot decrease the discrimination. At least the only team that can prove to you why the judgment it will be fair in the end of the day are only our sort of the house. We are so proud to.
Okay, thank you, Government Whip, for that speech. Now, to close the substantive case of opposition, I call you upon Opposition Whip. Here.
Am I audible?
Maria,
Yes, you are. Wait. All right. I have the preferred gender pronouns, and for POI, just do it through chat. So starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Moral peace, democracy, and the humanity is a basic value of human that will never be transferred to another type of the intelligence. This is why the class on human philosophy is succeeds in our side of the house, right? Murdering is never been so justified, but on our side, it could still be justified with the clash of the judges. One will talk about the moralities, and the other one will talk about the utilitarianism because they will portray the background on or like the reason why those people is doing the murder, right? Based on this entire need on our side of the house is better on making the intrinsic precise premise 30-second counter prop with this evidence, right? Before moving the two clashes in this debate, let's point out one thing from their side of the house. What is they told you? They told you that individuals' moral on judge is actually bad. We have two responses towards this. Number one, judge is actually studying law. So even if they have like the religion background or the other background, for example, like extremism and so on and so forth, that is why they go to the law school, because they need to remove those entire things from their life and they need to learn how to be a great judges. And that is the first place, the reason why they go to the law school, right? So law school is success, and those type of problems is actually not becoming so access on this type of this world, right? And the second things we would like to point out, moral, it's not always bad. They told to you that moral is actually bad because maybe sometimes that the judges cannot be fair about talking about the murder case, abortion case, and so on and so forth. Well, we told you that on our side of the house, because we're talking about human and humanity, there will be the utilitarianism that's still working on our side of the house. If you're murdering someone with like a good benefits to yourself, or like you're murdering someone with some kind of those reasons, and that is justified on our side of the house, right? So this is actually a good point for our side of the house, and this is not what they expected as the ballot for our side of the house. Now let's moving into the two clashes on this debate. Number one, let's engage on creating the better decision and which side of the house create the better decision. And the second clashes is let's talk about which side of the house is creating the better society. Let's moving on to the first clashes though on creating the better decision. In the terms of making a good law, in the terms of making a good decision towards those who are persecuted, there is two things that need in the terms of those. One is the moral, two is the humanity. On the government side of the house, they never told they told you that AI have the moral because the human transfer it towards the AI, right? But this is not going to be effective. Let's explain this on the comparative. Moving on to the comparative. Comparatively, on the other side of the house, human judge will still have the moralities because we know that it is the basic fundamental of the human, right? Comparatively, on their side of the house, this is not going to be effective. Why? Because the only one that could create the development in the terms of law is the human itself, not the robot, right? Because we know the characteristic of the human is one, they will observe, and they will observe, and two, they will observe. In the terms of they are observing and observing, it is going to create a new fundamental moral. It is going to develop the moral, which at the end of the day, maybe this human is going to transfer it. It's going to transfer it towards the robot. The robot itself, it is not the one who learned it by themselves. So the fundamental is not always going to be good. There will be like the robot errors on it, and that is actually even hard to do, right? Because there are a lot of thousands of morals that human needs to transfer towards the robot. So this type of mechanism, it's not, it's less effective on their side of the house, right? Even if there is like the unperfect judge exists on our side of the house, we already proved to you through our leader of opposition that we already give two mechanisms. Number one, the lie detector is exists. This lie detector is reused in the terms of like looking for the one who is lying. So the human error is less likely to be happen on our side of the house. Furthermore, on the second mechanism, the judge can have the discussion. We know that on judging on the prosecution, there are like three judges, or the judge can like having the discussion with the other judge on creating the best decision. The best decision is based on the utilities of how it could create the benefits towards all of the society. Well, this cannot be even reach on their side of the house, because the utilitarianism is not working on their side of the house. They are just talking about the stiffness of the robots that came from the fundamental of the human, which is the human is not even putting all of their fundamentals towards that robot, right? So their mechanism is not working on these clashes though. Now let's moving into the second clashes on this debate on creating the better society. We told you that our side of the house could create a better society, right? Why? Because we have two reasons. Because in the terms of creating the better society, it needs two things. Number one, the society needs to accept everything, because in the terms of creating this one, the society is the one that is becoming the human. So number two, human is still exists, and human is the one that need to stand above everything. Human cannot be controlled and cannot have the audacity from the robots, because this is the prosecution about human. So there will be the need of humanity on our side of the house, right? Compared on the government side of the house, it is even impossible to human to just relying on the decision of the robot that the robot makes, because it is betraying the philosophy of the law itself, because they know that they don't want to be prosecuted by the robot, because they know that robot don't have any humanity, and that is why it's bad on their side of the house. Comparatively, on our side of the house, we told you that the human will still be here for helping the other human. We told you that human is the one who have the humanity, right? Okay, then let's moving on. Number one, we told you that if human wants to be a lawyer, then they will be the lawyer on the next day. If human wants to be a judge, then they will be the judge on the next day. And this is why the human have like that type of intelligence, because they already go to the law school, right? In the historical of the philosophy of these things, if you just remove all of this judge, if you just remove all of this judge and replace it with the robot, then it is not going to be philosophically better on their side of the house. Because for what people going to the law school, if at the end of the day those type of robot is actually still existing so much, that type of robot that absorbing the humanity moralities is still existing too much, right? So that is why law school on their side of the house cannot be so existed. Furthermore, they will never Furthermore, they will never be realizing that they are actually also betraying their own cases. What did they told you, right? They told you that they want to save the better minorities, but they also told you that human, it is actually the one those develop the robot, right? If the human is developing the robot, then it means that the robot is actually also absorbing everything from the human. If the human actually already extremist, if the human actually already having like the moral issue and so on and so forth, then the robot will also be extremist at the end of the day, right? So this argument is actually betraying their own cases, right? For those reasons, we back to oppose.
Okay, thank you, opposition whip, for that speech. Now to close the case from opposition, I call you upon opposition reply. Here.
All right, I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Starting my speech in Setting my timer. Starting my speech in three, two, one. It is very unfortunate from the very first speaker until third speaker from proposition, they have never explained to you why the interest of the house there will be judged that have the interest to transfer their intelligence that which they get from passing like a big pressuring moment in universities, and that's why they will lose this debate. Panels, we still do believe that the goals that proposition want to champion will never have will also happen in our side of the house. One strategic flaw coming from the proposition, right? Firstly, they have never been explained to you as to why there will be interest for the judges for their intelligence to be transferred in the very place, right? This is very crucial because that's what it means that the robot that they're proposing will never be a champion in their side of the house, right? Secondly, even if there's like judges that want to be transferred that want to be transferred their intelligence, let's say thanks to their characterization that judge exists in both sides of the house, that's why it kills their case in the very first place, right? Okay, two questions that I'm gonna bring in this debate. First, which side of the house is more justified, and secondly, which side of the house can protect minorities? First, on justification, right? We've already told you that not all judges are bad, right? They have already passed 20 studies, and also there are lots of counterbalance as to why bad judges can also be maintained in our side of the house, right? We've already one point of clarification, right? What we mean, but what our stance is very clear that we're not replacing human with AI, but we're partnering AI with humans, right? We say that AI can just like help the psychologist, or for example, help the testimonials moment in the court, let's say, to just like detect is the perpetrators being honest or not, yeah, not all right? We say that if secondly if they're and we can also already engage in our side of the house, even though like our AI is bad and cannot work at all, I think like there's still counterbalance, which is like there's still evidences, there's still interactions, they can just like talk to each other between one to another judge. That's why our side is better, right? B, sense of morality and comparing exists in our side of the house. In their side of the house, robots just like cannot develop by itself, meaning that they have to be helped by humans. It is very complicated, and maybe like they'll just like have 10,000 morals, but human is so much better because they can just like get a sudden and new decision, because like it never be because like this sudden decision never happened in the past lives of these judges, let's say, right? We say that it's gonna be better in our side of the house. What they said about this, firstly judges can be biased, right? To Oh, is that to the responses? One, it kills their cases the moment that they want to transfer the intelligence from the judge to the robots, right? Meaning that there will be racist robots, meaning there will be there will be racist robots, right? At least, right? Secondly, the backlash will be bigger on the opposition side of the house because you take the job opportunity, right? Comparatively, right? First, robots will still follow laws, right? They gotta just like glorify robots because they still follow laws are that made by humans, which is this laws still just like can bias, and that I don't know why bias is very exclusive on their side of the house, right? Secondly, majority oppresses minorities. We've already explained to you as to why majority will feel upset and feel angry as to why the government have to protect the minorities first and forget about the human rights of the majorities, right? Thirdly, their best case is like they can just protect minorities, right? But we say it's not a big thing because even if it's happening, we say that the government has to maintain the people from the majority or the judges that being replaced by them, because like my first speaker have already said that these judges cannot just like fix AI like my PM said, right? Okay. Secondly, which side of the house can protect minorities? First, it is not a big trade-off, especially their characterization about judges being racist. Robots will be racist as well. B, even if robots are very advanced in their side of the house, we say that part of the perpetrators will be hurt. Human rights still exist. Human rights still protected in our side of the house, right? Secondly, even if their robots are very advanced, there will be less interaction between judges in their side of the house. Okay, our side of the house will be better because firstly, you can just expose the judge with our technology. Secondly, even if like they're biased because of their power, we said there will be senior judge that counterbalance it. And thirdly, there will be society that can protest to them, and that's why they will not take that extreme step because they are risking their life, they are risking their jobs. For all those reasons, we're very proud to oppose.
Okay, thank you, opposition reply. Now to close the case from government side of the house, I call upon government reply here.
Okay, starting my speech in three, two, 1. The main vulnerable actor we're talking here is about the victim that sometimes get unfair treatment just because the judges knows the criminals. By that being said, government's burden here is to prove to you whether or not is it justified to replace judge to PAIs, while what option should talk about is why is it not justified to do so. Notice that this debate is in the form of proposal debate, meaning that the team which should win is the team which can address the problem and provide the most solvency, right? Our team has clearly stated to you, one, the problem on how unfair decision making in CGS is harmful. Not that this situation happens because the judges themselves. We provided to you four things that is problematic the judges usually do. One, biasing, two, bribery, three, political and moral compass, and the fourth one, the fact that judges also have emotions where they can sometimes be in a bad mood, then they will take their cases at that day as a pele. But then how did the opposition team respond to this? None. They only responded by saying, oh, no, all judges are like that. Not all judges like that. There are also good judges. But then I believe there's a elaboration towards this, right? And second of all, second of all, then the most effective solvency, the only way to have fairness is by having AIs. We have brought to you how we are going to have the AIs. We are already explained to you clearly how our mechanism will work in my setup. The second thing, we even already stated that AIs are still can be improved to adapt with the changes of the law. So we believe that there's no any big issues that has to be a reason to not having AIs to replace the judges, right? But then what did opposition team bring up? One, they are talking about the harm of having AIs is that the job opportunities will get limited. But then we have responded to this, right? Being a judge is not just the only job you can apply for. You can be a lawyer, secretaries, and many other things. You will not going to waste your CGS knowledge just because you don't have you, but just because you cannot be a judge, right? Because they don't even hear this responses being brought up by my second and third speaker, since their opposition web still repeatedly keeps bringing out, oh, the law students in college will just going to waste their time to learn law because they're not going to be able to be a judge or any other things, while they never talk about why what if they are applying as a about is do they can they actually apply to be a lawyer or secretary at the court, right? And second of all, they claim that our side is being dreamy because there's no way to have a AI to be judges. But then we believe this is what opposition team has been lacking on. This debate here should not have been talking about is it possible or not just because there any technologies to support or not. That is not the thing we're talking about here. What we should be talking about here is that replacing judges with AIs is the right thing to do. There's a fiat on how these AIs actually exist, right? Even if we still play on their side, we believe it is still achievable anyway. Because even on the old times, people didn't even believe we can travel from Jakarta to Bali for in only 2 hours or less, right? This means that one day AI will also be able to replace the judges too, right? And third of all, they said that we are only creating a toxic stereotype where all judges are bad. We get what you mean, but we are just being realistic. Okay, even if there are judges who are actually 100% fair, then yeah, it shouldn't be a problem if we're adding more fair judges, right? Because once again, I believe we already proved to you enough why AIs will create much more fair decision. And fourth of all, they brought up about how AIs will not have morals, no expression, just like the judges. We also have already responded to Slims. If their whip told you that there are a lot of morality in humans, thanks to their whip, they basically translating feelings to moral because moral is also part of human feeling, right? Under your side of the house, you want to use moral, you want to use feelings toward regulation or law, not law. And B, please notice that we never stated the morals are bad. We are just stating that judges can be biased, and it is not a good thing. Okay, perhaps there are ethic codes for judges to not do so, but then we never know, right? What if actually they're sleeping their personal opinion on their decision? Like if you said that moral value is so important, then worry not, because in UUD there are also morality consideration, right? Morality under your side is not exclusive. But how did there are no further responses towards this claim? So by those analysis, I believe if you want to protect the vulnerable actor here, the victim, to have fair treatment towards their crime, towards their criminals, the criminals that hurt them, then you should vote for our side. For the sake of this debate, Fremont never been more proud to propose.
Thank you, government reply. So that's the end of this debate. Because this is a silent round, I will not giving any OA.
Maybe you guys could go back to the main room for the breaking announcement. Thank you all. Wish you all the best luck.
Thank you all. Thank everyone. Thanks, Kak.
Everyone.
The sympathy of the society is almost non-existent to begin with, and this would be exacerbated by the fact that governments can continue to hide behind the fact that these crimes are made by the criminals and not because of them. And this is not something that we would be able to adhere to, and because of that, we would be able to create sympathy instead of decreasing sympathy, because now governments can show how these crimes are present not because these criminals are evil to begin with, but because these criminals have an absence of choice. Third, in status quo, we have also we also need to realize that there are still areas riddled with crime. So we cannot make the assumption that these areas are to exist because of our policy. And in our policy, these areas are going to be shut down, and these other areas are going to be cleaned up and built with more facilities and more positive impacts, such as more jobs. And this is something that the government will do once they have realization that these mistakes or these crimes are not due to the fault of these individuals solely because of these individuals, but also due to the mistakes of the government. And because of that, we are so proud of the host.
Well, the reply speaker of the government has spoken for 4 minutes and 40 seconds. This marked the end of this round of Prodigy 22 debate. Please kindly exit this breakout room and wait in the main room of this Zoom meeting for future announcement. We wish you good luck on the rest of competition.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Young blood thinks there's always tomorrow. I miss your touch on nights when I'm hollow. I know you crossed the bridge that I can't follow. Since the love that you left is all that I get, I want you to know that if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I miss you more than life. And if you can't be next to me, your memory is ecstasy. I miss you more than life. I miss you more than life. Young blood thinks there's always tomorrow. I need more time, but time can't be borrowed. I'd leave it all behind if I could follow. Since the love that you left is all that I get, I want you to know that if I can't be close to you, I'll settle for the ghost of you. I for the